kenapa headset gue jadi gini coba.
Nice.
Global aja. Jago banget aja. Kejagoan. Holy shit. Jago banget anjir. Low banget itu. Nice. Anjir gue banget. Fuck. What the fuck? Bisa masuk quintek.
Warm on nest. Last should be jungle. Nice.
Boy. God fucking.
Okay.
Anjing bulat banget anjing. Fuck. Fucking hell.
Last nest. Nest. No, connector. Nest.
Oh fuck. Yeah, gue masih di sini.
Connector 2. Satu low di connect 2, satu low. Oh,
What the fuck? Aduh anjing.
nice one, my friend. Nice one. Oh.
Gue masih retag B. Holy shit.
Bang. Apa rank lo apa? MM.
Fuck. What the fuck?
Bentar.
Anjing awan. Anjing. Jago banget dong. Fuck, dapat dua padahal. Fuck.
Ya setim.
Ya. Yang gua udah balik.
Ya.
Udah nggak segitu sabun.
Gua masih sabun jir.
Wah belakang.
There's one connector, one and triple, so he can easily get the diffuser. Gue
Tadi lihat gas spray transfer gua.
Oke,
Tadi lihat gas spray transfer gua.
enggak gua
Yang tadi gua nge-kill banget satu orang
kayak
lagi.
tadi.
Mantep kan itu? Itu spray.
Enggak. Mantap.
Konektor.
You are
Udah bukan gua yang kill.
overpass.
In overpass, oke.
Iya, overpass.
Biar kebantai lagi kita dia.
Iya, benar. Masih trauma gua.
Gua udah turun level 3, Cok. Karena sabun tadi gua langsung pasit lagi tuh cukup aja.
Akun gua yang level 4 cooldown lagi 2 hari.
Kalau cooldown dia kagak nurunin elo ya?
Gua cooldown lagi di
Nurunin elo nggak? Kalau cooldown?
enggak. Kalau lo menang terus lo cooldown masih dapat. Udah gua buka. Udah gua buka.
Hampir. Retake. Pup. I'm feeling good. Yeah, bisa masuk 1v1. Kok gue... Oh my, oh my, my. Sorry, one and done.
Oh shit, saya kalah kalah. Coba scrap.
Ya, WP mulai.
Get ready. The free fire zone.
I'm feeling good, I'm feeling great. Fuck.
Kena kaki doang.
Ya.
Halo.
Matiku sih.
Live alone.
Lumayan. Oh shit. Yun.
Now is the time.
Oh fuck, man.
Time to earn our stories.
Ya udah. Cari wanna die ya. Must ya. I'm so fucking tired ya. Yes, multi-map. Fuck, goblok banget gue dah. Shit.
Stay frosty.
Safe for
Oh tahu SG.
Fuck. Ayo WP. Yes.
Let's go have some fun.
Fuck. Oh my god. Bad opping.
Forward.
Ya kan anjing. Goblok banget tuh udah. Kayak akal gue cupu banget. Anjing.
Get ready. This is a
Ini
free fire zone.
aduh. Betul gue cupu ya. Ih. Fuck.
Let's go, let's go.
Kok cupu ya? Kena tuh tai.
Let's go, let's go.
Leg shot. Fucking beat. Leg shot.
Let's go earn our pay.
Fuck. Masih kena.
This is what we have been working for.
Pelele nih anjing. Sumpah, kenapa begini perlu gue sih? Kenapa perlu gitu dah? Fire naik.
Go, my brother.
What the fuck? Kena.
Finish time now, my brothers.
Kenapa? Kenapa begini dah? Nah, akal mulu.
No more talking. Now we fight.
Puh! Ya boy. Wah, ini kecil banget. Fuck. Jelek banget. Gue tau WP dong. Premium. Jago. Aduh.
All right, gentlemen, this is it.
Dan banana multimap nih. Bukan meme jago. Fuck. Oke. Wah, tadi gua menang arena 2 sih.
We must work together.
Aduh, pick gue jelek banget sih.
Easy.
Fuck. Premium value. Fuck. Ngapain gue loncat?
Let's move out.
Fuck. Whoa.
Lock and load.
Hey, it's me. Maghonig hot dog. Fuck.
Pak Bin, oh Pak Bin.
Push, push, push.
Degen lo sumpah.
Go, go, go.
Oh, P.
Come on, let's go.
Sumpah, gue gak suka ini. Hah? Oh my god. Cepu banget gua.
Push, push, push.
Hoki. Ah, entar ya.
We must defeat them.
Oh my god. Ngapain gue goblok?
Let's go, let's go.
Fuck. Gue mau connect banget aja. Kan Jakun. Not bad.
Jinx. Jinx again.
Dia pakai SG anjing.
Together we can do this.
Mate, you guys are so goddamn pussy.
Nah, dude.
Bede. Gue loncat anjing.
I'm still bandit, man.
Fuck. Fucking B. JJ. JJ. GG. Oh shit. Ah, gue AFK anjing. Tolong.
We are good to go.
Jagung bak.
Easy.
Dia kenapa sih?
This is what we have been working for.
Ah, susah banget. Gue gak kelihatan. Anjing mata gue.
Easy.
Like
Come on, people. Yeah.
action. Indo pada buka puasa kayaknya.
Let us go.
Dia isi beginian semua.
Ah, so close.
Let's roll.
What the?
Spray. Oke. Terus gue jaga spray anjing. Gak mungkin tiap saat spray gue kayak gitu kan. Movement 0. Movement gue 0 anjing.
Easy.
Oke. Fifteen years. Oh. What the fuck?
Let's get this done.
Anjing.
Bro, this guy's hacking, man.
Fuck. I'm so bad.
Move out.
Oh, fuck. Fuck.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Enggak, ini jauh banget. Nggak mungkin.
Let's go have some fun.
Ah.
Easy.
Forward.
Oke. Hah, ini apaan sih? kayak gitu. Hockey burst. Ini gua pistol juga ya. Naval nih. Nah ya sepuluh.
Let's go, my brother.
Oh shit. Kejauhan ini. Kena. Oh, lucky shot.
Let's do this and get back in time for chow.
Oh shit. Sumpah. Oh, sakit susah banget.
Let's move.
Ah, fuck this kid. So bad, so bad. Nggak nice. Ah, elah.
Right alone.
Feeling good. Gue lihat skin USB kan nggak ada. Hah? Nggak ada. Must do.
Push, push, push.
Gak.
Now is the time.
Oh, jelek tuh.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
Text. Fuck. Bisa around, man.
Let's go.
Wih, anjing. Oh, yang ada si style easy lagi.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
We must move.
Anak premium lagi. Kenapa? Nice. Ah, elah.
Let's go, my brothers.
What the fuck is this fucking dude? Oh! Yeay, akhirnya mantap, mantap. susah banget anjing. Enggak, itu aduh angle anjing gua. Susah banget. Nggak bisa gua kayak gitu. So I don't wanna die ya.
Together we
Semua
can do it.
oh, fuck. Tinggal menang AWP samsak dulu. What film are you guys using by the way? Default. Gimana? Gimana? Oh, fuck. Gua ngasih tau ya gimana anjing.
Let's go, let's go.
Huh. Huh. That's nice. Ah, pistol. Kok dia body shot sih? Fuck.
Anjir nge-push mainnya.
Buset.
Udah buka belum? Udah buka.
Bu, gak mati-mati, Bu.
Fuck. Wo- What the fuck nama pistolnya? Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god! What? What the fuck? Anjing. What the fuck? Jagung bakal. Enggak nge-cheat deh gua kalau di situ susah banget. Fucking hell. Susah banget anjing. Dead 16. Wow. Shawty wanna die ya.
Let's move.
Apa? Apaan?
Let's go, my brother.
Kenapa? Kenapa? Oh, enggak. Apa biasanya? Ah, iya. Ada itunya nggak yang buat jepit HP?
Move it.
Nice shot. Will.
Forward.
Oh my god. Aduh. Kok dia nggak mau ngipik sih? Oh my god.
Let's go, let's go.
Oh shit. Kok bisa? What the? Ini orang kenceng banget.
We are good to go.
Ayolah. Mau tahu di mana? Cukup banget tuh. Kenapa? Iya sih awal.
The stay right here is where we end.
What the fuck? Ah, susah.
Let's go earn our pay.
Susah. Shawty wanna die. Wah, USP lagi anjir. Bocah tiga lagi. Ah, stupid banget pakai tiga.
Time to earn
Sekarang
our
gue mundur.
stories.
Sekarang kasih tahu. Oh my god, jago banget. Ah, kelewatan.
Cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad. If they play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga in the gang. Yeah, I'm a cop. Posted on Camelot. With 100 on the side. I be swimming with the sharks. Little nigga, you a lobster. This nigga up like he eating on the pasta. Shout out to Kings, then I keep me a roster. Coming out the band. Shout out to the Migos. If a nigga not wrong, shoot him through the peephole. Always open, bitch. We ain't never close. We moving them packs.
Oh my god.
I ain't gon' say too much. When a nigga speaking on that hot shit, fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, if they play, they getting popcorn. Flash nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cop, posted on Camelot. With 100 on the side, I be swimming with the sharks. Little nigga, you a lobster. This nigga up like he eating on the pasta. Shout out to Keith, then I keep me a roster. Popping out the band,
Shout out to the Pico.
if a nigga not wrong,
To the Pico.
always open, bitch. We ain't never close. We moving them
Buset.
moving them keys. Step one, step two.
Do my dancing, bitch.
Got 100 on drums like a band in this bitch. My she keep on bitch. All that nag in this shit. Yo, shut the fuck up and just gag on this bitch. I'm a side nigga, and I love when she swallow. If a nigga say
Ganun
something,
di
hit him with a hot
bawah.
they glizzy. Knock your meat out your taco. Flexing on these bitches that call me Johnny Bravo. School of hard knocks, let me take you to class. My bitch is real skinny, but she got a lot of ass. I love counting money, I get a lot of cash. If you try to take it from me, he gon' have a cash. I ain't gon' say too much when a nigga speaking on that hot shit. Fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, they play, they getting popcorn.
ya.
Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cock, posted on Camelot with 100 on the side. I be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Eat a nigga up like he eating on some pasta. Shout out to Keith, then I keep me some rosters. All up in the party, you know we keep them carbons. Bigger nigga chills like I work at Baskin Robbins. I love
Mas banget gak ada yang
Batman, but
ikutin.
a young nigga robbing. Fireworks shows, cause my
Ya, mati. Pistol. Oh shit. Deagle pun. Pistol kan gue Deagle ada ammo dong. Lumayan. Aduh, flash. Flasha.
Mantap bro.
Mantap.
Kaget dia. Aduh, ngapain gue? Lupa jelas sih. Cuma deh.
Oh gila.
Apa coba?
Bagus ya. Wah, pistol lagi. What the fuck? Di atas dia. Oh! Oh fuck. Oh my god, mantap. Step 1, step 2. Step 1, step 2 to my dance. Kenapa pistol?
Gue tembok saya lo.
Oh my god, jago banget.
Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cock posted on Camelot with 100-some shots. Be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Heat a nigga up like he eating up some pasta. Shot at the keys, then I keep mix a roster.
Mate.
Yeah. Yeah. I ain't gon' say too much. When the niggas speaking on that hot shit, fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, if they play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga
Pengen
in the
ngasih
gang, yeah,
nama
I'm a
USP
cop, posted
gua.
on Camelot with 100-some shots. Be swimming with the sharks, little
Ngetek.
nigga, you a lobster. Heat a nigga up like he eating up some pasta. Shot at the keys, then I keep mix a roster. Trapping out the band,
Emang mau
shout
kita
out
lihat
to the
kamu juga?
Migos. If a nigga not wrong, shoot him through the peephole. Cop always open, bitch, we ain't never close. We moving them packs and we moving them kilos. I ain't gon' say too much. When the niggas speaking on that hot shit, fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, if they play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cop, posted on Camelot with 100-some shots. Be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Heat a nigga up like he eating up some pasta. Shot at the keys, then I keep mix a roster. Trapping out the band, shout out to the Migos. If a nigga not grown, shoot him through the peephole. Cop always open, bitch, we ain't never close. We moving them packs and we moving them kilos. Step one, step two, do my dance in this bitch. Got 100-some drums like a band in this bitch. My she keep on bitch, all that nag in this shit. Oh, shut the fuck up and just gag on this clip. I'm a side nigga, and I love when she swallow. If a nigga say something, hit him with a hollow. They clear see,
Oh,
knock
stop.
your meat out your
Yeah.
tacos.
Stop.
Flexing on these bitches, they call me Johnny Bravo. School of hard knocks, let me take you to class. My bitch is real skinny, but she got a lot of ass. I love counting money, I get it like cash. If you try to take it from me, his tongue gon' have a tag. I ain't gon' say too much when the niggas speaking on that hot shit. Fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, they play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cock, posted on Camelot with 100-some shots. Be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Heat a nigga up like he eating up some pasta. Shot at the keys, then I keep mix a roster. All up in the party,
Dapat
you know
kawan
we
aja.
get nigga chills like a working Baskin Robbins. I love Batman, but a young nigga Robin. Fireworks shoot, cause my niggas get the
Posel.
I ain't gon' say too much when the niggas speaking on that hot shit. Fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, they play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cop, posted on Camelot with 100-some shots. Be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Heat a nigga up like he eating up some pasta. Shot at the keys, then I keep mix a roster. Trapping out the band, shout out to the Migos. If a nigga not grown, shoot him through the peephole. Cop always open, bitch, we ain't never close.
Ngawak lu badun.
Anjing. Banget ya. Tinggian aja nggak.
When a nigga speaking on that hot shit, fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, they play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cock, posted on Camelot with 100-some shots. Be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Heat a nigga up like he eating up some pasta. Shot at the keys, then I keep mix a roster.
Emang ada itu nggak ada ammo gak?
I ain't gon' say too much when a nigga speaking on that hot shit. Fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, if they play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cop, posted on Camelot with 100-some shots. Be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Heat a nigga up like he eating up some pasta. Shot at the keys,
Baru pakai tinggal ya. Sakit banget.
shout out to the Migos. If a nigga not wrong, shoot him through the peephole. Cop always
Nice.
open, bitch, we ain't never close. We moving them packs and we
IP man lagi.
I ain't gon' say too much when the niggas speaking on that hot shit. Fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't
Oh,
gon' stop
bisa
shit.
nih.
Opposition's
Komit
mad,
gua
they
komit.
play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cop, posted on Camelot with 100-some shots.
capek bro. When they swallow. Oh, susah dah kalau jauh banget dah. Cukup banget gua. Si dia tuh cukup banget dong. Pistol lagi. Ciuman jago. Cukup banget tuh. Berapa semuanya kucing gua. Ini jatuh. Fuck you. Ini loncat ya? Gila. What the fuck? Mata gue jelek banget sih. Dia nggak bisa take duel anjing. Shout out to the gue blind as fuck nih lawan friend lah. Sumpah, nyolong gimana sih? Aduh, gue liat. Enggak, kepala gitu. Oh my god. Aku banget tuh. Kalau gue kalah. Aku banget gua. Step 1, step 2. Ayo. Anjing banget loh ya. Go, 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 go. Fuck lah. Okay. Gitu kan tadi. Gini. Enggak di. Banget gua.
When a nigga speaking on that hot shit, fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, if they play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cop, posted on Camelot with 100 something shots. I be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. This nigga up like he eating on some pasta.
Bro, gua nggak tahu, sumpah. Apa lah gua ya? Feel bad for the guy, feel good for myself. Fuck. Jago banget. Contoh lumayan. Bagus nih stiker fanatic nih, sumpah. Oh iya. Dia lagi jangan. Steady banget. Gue cuman tangan gue cuman apain sih? Ayo udah musim. Oh my god. Fuck. Pas banget. Aduh. Bego banget loh. Banget gua loh. Enggak, kok kayak gitu gimana spawnnya? Enak banget deh. Kepo banget. Oh my god, yo RP. Bagus. Gua bulat. Wah. Bagus. Paket namanya halu telepon Kayak ini gua mau gue kasih. Kalah gue dong. Aduh. Dari arena 1 anjing ngebiknya ngaco.
When a nigga speaking on that hot shit, fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's lame, they play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cop, posted on Camelot, with 100 on the
Tek lapan.
sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Please eat a nigga up like he eating on some pasta. Shout out to Kingston, I keep me a roster. Trapping out the band, shout out to the Migos. If a nigga not wrong, shoot him through the
Wow.
peephole. Always open, bitch, we ain't never close. We moving them packs, and we moving them keys.
Knife lapar, ampun.
Oh, ah, oke banget.
Knock your meat out your taco. Flexing on these bitches that call me Johnny Bravo. School of hard knocks, let me take you to class. My bitch is real skinny, but she got a lot of ass. I love counting money, I get a lot of cash. If you try to take it from me, his tongue gon' have a tag. I ain't gon' say too much when a nigga speaking on that hot shit. Fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, they don't play, they getting pop quick. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cock. Posted on Camelot with 100 on the side. I be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Please eat a nigga up like he eating on some pasta. And shout out to Kingston, I keep me some rosters. All up in the party, know we keep the carbon. Big a nigga chills like a working basket robbing. Love Batman, but a young nigga robbing. Fireworks shows, cause my niggas get the sparking. I ain't gon' say too much when a nigga speaking on that hot shit. Fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, they play, they getting popcorn. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cop. Posted on Camelot, with 100 on the side. Swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Please eat a nigga up like he eating on some pasta.
Holy shit. Aduh.
Shout out to the Migos. If a nigga not wrong, shoot him through the peephole. Always open, bitch, we ain't never close. We moving them packs and we moving them kilos. One step, two,
Memek kau.
like a bad niggas, bitch. My she keep on, shut the fuck up,
Teddy.
Meki kau yang gede tuh.
Gak tahu.
Rasanya kok pada kecil banget.
Nice try bang, nice try bang.
shit. Opposition's mad, if they play, they getting pop quick. Flies nigga in the gang, yeah, I'm a cock. It on Camelot with 100-some shots. I be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Heat a nigga up like he eating a lobster.
Iya ampun.
Iya nggak bisa main kau. Nggak bisa mati. Kiki bisa mati.
Dia loncat.
When a nigga speaking on that hot shit, fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad.
Bacotnya ya, bocah.
Nggak bisa main aja, kamu harus main aja. Jangan marah.
Juga ya.
Siap-siap aja A1 ah.
I'm a starter raya. I'm so fucking tired, yeah. Say.
What you say? I'm feeling good, I'm feeling great. Tired of hey, stacking sheets up on my plate. Outside my misery,
Saya
out
hilang.
there, out far
Salah.
away of envisioning the better life for the rest of us. The rest of us. For the rest of us.
Terus gue hilang dong.
The rest of us. Okay, she keep crying every single night. Day and night on my mind, please don't kill my vibe. Oh no, swear to God, out of your mind. Shouldn't wanna die, yeah, when you
Shouldn't wanna die, yeah. I'm on a raya. I'm a starter raya. I'm so fucking tired.
So
I'm
it's so, what you say? I'm
feeling good, I'm feeling great.
I'm tired. I'm stacking sheets. Night on my mind, please don't kill my vibe. Oh no, swear to God, out of your mind. Shouldn't wanna die, yeah, when you
Shouldn't wanna die, yeah. I'm on a raya.
I'ma start a ride, yo. I'm so fucking tired. So it's so, what you say? I'm feeling good, I'm feeling great. Tired of hey, stacking sheets up on my plate. Outside my misery, out there,
Abang
out
kan ada ini yang
away of envisioning the better life for the rest of us. The rest of us. For the rest of us. The rest of us. Okay, she keep crying every single night. Day and night on my mind, please don't kill my vibe. Oh no, swear to God.
Gue ada lawan.
Shouldn't wanna die, yeah, when you
Gue arena 11 ada
no, I'm not a rider. I'ma start a rider. I'm so freaking tired. So what's up? What you say? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm tired. I'm stacking sheets. Night on my mind, please don't kill my
Orang gila.
Oh my god.
Shouldn't wanna die, yeah, when you shouldn't wanna die, yeah. No, I'm not a rider. I'ma start a rider. I'm so fucking tired. So what's up? What you say? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm tired. Stacking sheets up on my plate. Outside my
Oke, oke, bocah.
Nonton tuh bocah kayak seperti
Oke, bocah.
nggak kena semua lah.
Bocah durhaka. Ada bug.
kecil.
Fuck. Jago bang. Ah.
Jadi bapak kamu
I'm so freaking tired. So what's up? What you say? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm tired. I'm stacking sheets.
Gue mau ngisi dulu.
Hey.
Kamu kenapa?
Jangan kill. Noya, jangan kill. Noya. Kau sampah.
Fuck.
No toxic, jangan kill. Jangan kill. Aku nggak bakal tembak.
Oh my god.
Ika.
Katanya gak bakal tembak, Cuk.
Dia tembak aku dulu.
Aku nembak.
Kenceng banget nih
Tapi kan sama aja
Make voice dia kayak
Fuck you.
Ada jangan ngomong
Ready.
kasar ada.
Ya kenapa?
fuck.
Jangan tembak, kan aku udah bilang. Pakai pisau saja.
Ada mood berapa ada?
Mau nembak kau, aku bunuh kau.
Now is the time.
Crosshair hijau, setup hijau, bukan hijau.
What the fuck?
Flare hijau. Wur.
Lu banget ibu. Sekarang mah. Balas 3.
Black.
Map mana nih?
Why? Ngumpet habisin poin aku aja.
What the fuck?
Let's go, let's go.
Oh,
Udah kayak type it.
Halo, cek bre. Ah,
Oh my. Enak gini.
We must win.
Jago dah.
nice shot bro.
kasih barang.
Oh my god. Jago.
Grab a gear, let's go.
Bisa. Ada. Sunset.
Nice try bro. Anjing 92.
Saya nih kalau nambah.
Let's go, my brother.
Oh my god. Fuck banget.
Gimana nih kalau dengan datang kawan?
Buset nih orang makin kenceng banget.
Nice shot.
We will make them regret this day.
Nice shot.
Tadi.
lag. Thank you.
Aduh capek gue anjing.
Let's go, everyone.
Bagus semua nih bu.
Nice shot.
Let's go, let's go.
Nice shot.
Fuck. Oh my god, kena lagi.
Come on, let's go.
Buset.
Oh, nice shot.
Holy fuck.
Iyo.
Oh my god, toxic.
Untung aja.
Iyo.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Thank you.
Gak ada yang mau nge-pick aja.
Challenge lagi bro, challenge.
Kecil lat. Nice one.
Nice shot.
Fuck. Fuck the web. I tryna own a planet from my other fucking business venture.
Mantap.
Let's move out.
Bisa.
Kayak ambulans anjir.
Lempar anjing.
What the fuck?
Where we dropping, boy? Let's see. Let's want to drop. Let's see.
As someone who has no more. Or always having to remember your passwords or having to remember your mother's maiden name. Dashlane remembers and protects all your information, which is so important nowadays. The premium version, however, comes with a VPN, dark web monitoring, and synchronization across all devices. I've had Dashlane for a while now, and that's honestly one of its best features, which is perfect for people like me who have some passwords on their computer with Chrome, and then other passwords on their phone with Safari. To try Dashlane for free on your first device, head to www.dashlane.com/Jorge. And then when you want it on all your devices, use my promo code Jorge, that's JORGE, to upgrade to premium. On April 12, 2016, 16-year-old Michaela Bali vanished from the face of the earth. Her friends last saw her at Sacred Heart High School in Northtown, Saskatchewan, where she said she would be going on a vacation to Regina. While this may seem to be a straightforward case on the surface, the circumstances surrounding her disappearance continue to baffle investigators to this day. On Twitter, the Michaela Bali family still posts regularly, hoping that their daughter will one day appear. Despite the many tips and a full police investigation, nobody knows what happened to Michaela Bali. Michaela was a pretty normal girl. She was a big fan of the Hunger Games and fancy video games like League of Legends. Her hobbies also included playing violin and photography. Michaela was raised by single parents. According to her mother, she was quiet, sweet, shy, and a voracious reader, although not very adventurous or outgoing. Despite being a quiet girl, she was popular in her community. Her friends described her as a good listener. Bali's friends say she didn't smoke, although she frequented the smoke pit doors, a rear entrance of the school where the smokers often hung out. She wasn't into drugs either, although there was an occasion where she showed her friends some pills and claimed that they were opioid oxycodone. Police investigations later discovered that the pills were actually Accutane, a medication Bali had been using to treat acne. We don't have any evidence to suggest that drugs were a factor in this, police said. At the time of her disappearance, Michaela was single. Earlier that year, she had dated an old boyfriend, and they remained friends after the breakup. Her friend Shelby claims that she also connected with a few people online, at least 4, but that the communications were usually short-lived. However, on the day of her disappearance, it's widely suspected that she was in contact with someone. The only issue is that she used anonymous apps to communicate with people online, meaning that the police could not trace any of the calls she made or the texts she sent on that fateful day. As a consequence, they have to rely on the people she contacted to provide the details. The time leading up to April 12th, the day of Michaela's disappearance, includes some interesting events to point out. A few months prior, in February, Michaela received a bouquet of roses at school. She never told anyone who sent them. One of her friends, Hannah, claims that it was odd that the flowers came in a plain cardboard box. Apparently, the flower delivery had been from an online order. Unfortunately, despite identifying the sender, police never revealed that information to the public. Bali frequently talked about moving to a bigger city, and mentioned specific places like Saskatoon and Regina. The day prior, on April 11th, She talked about leaving town to go on a vacation. Her friends didn't take her seriously at the time. Later that day, according to her teacher, she seemed upset during class. After class, she texted her friend Oxgana asking if she could take her to the bank the next day, and that it was important. Bali later called customer service at TD Bank 3 times, checked her balance, and transferred $25. In the evening, she contacted an ex-boyfriend, Shelby, and another friend named Amy. Amy later told police that Bali mentioned a man named Christopher, who would be coming to Saskatchewan to meet her. We now know that they never met in Saskatchewan. However, police did end up eventually investigating Christopher. The investigations by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or the RCMP, regarding Michaela Bali's disappearance have been quite thorough. The RCMP recovered footage of Michaela's movements the day she disappeared, where they last saw her at the STC bus depot in Yorktown at 1:45 p.m. They have interviewed anyone close to Michaela, and even investigated her bank activity, phone records, and social media, but to no avail. One of the greatest setbacks in this investigation is the method Michaela used to communicate with people online. Much of the time, it was through social media like Snapchat or Instagram. For police to obtain records of social media interactions, they must go through tedious legal processes that take many months. However, Bali also used an app called Kik, which has some dark history. Police claim that the app has been used by kidnappers to groom young women, due to the nature of the app, where people can talk to each other without any filters or approval systems like friend requests. Before we go into any further details, it'd be a good idea to look at a timeline of events during that day. Fortunately, the Missing Children Society of Canada and CBC News have provided a thorough overview of Bali's day before her disappearance. According to CBC News, Bali's movements were described as erratic. She walked to various stores around town, appeared to be looking for someone, and tried to get money, all while claiming that it was for a vacation to Regina. So, let's go over what happened. Here's a bullet list of the timeline of Bali's movements from that day. This information was taken directly from the Missing Children Society of Canada website. At 6:41 a.m., Bali texted her friend Oxgana again, asking if she could take Bali to the bank. Apparently, she had been claiming that she had $5,000. Police said bank statements showed that Bali had nowhere near that amount. Oxgana responded that the bank wouldn't be open until 8 in the morning, and didn't take her. Michaela's grandmother said she dropped Michaela off at school at around 8:20 a.m. Police verified Wi-Fi records that showed Bali's phone connected to the school network at around 8:08 a.m. By 8:26, she had left the school through a back entrance. Shortly thereafter, Michaela's movements were captured by a surveillance camera at the Super C convenience store, where she was seen walking along the railroad tracks. Around 8:51 a.m., Michaela arrived at the local TD Bank. Camera footage shows her talking on the phone as she waits for the doors to open. At 8:55 a.m., when a worker opens the shutters, she ends the call and approaches the teller to withdraw $55. It's important to note with TELUS data from cell phone towers, police are able to see the sending and receiving party of calls and messages, but the phone company does not retain the actual message. What's weird is that the phone call Michaela made in front of the bank didn't register at all. In fact, none of the calls she made that day were registered. Police had to wait 10 months to access her social media accounts through the proper legal channels, but we're not sure if they ever got a hold of her messages on the Kik app. After the bank, Michaela headed east towards Terry's Pawn and Bargain, arriving at 9 a.m. Police spoke to the owner, Terry Hedden, who claimed she tried to pawn a silver ring. Apparently, the value of the ring was too low. Hedden said that she didn't seem bothered, and that she simply left the store and headed south. About 15 minutes later, surveillance footage captured Michaela at a combined Tim Hortons and Wendy's. It was at this location where some strange things happened. She bought a drink and sat in a booth with her backpack next to her. During the investigation, one of Michaela's friends had told police that Michaela usually carried a purse to school, not a backpack. This is a clear indication that she left her home that day with the intent to leave Yorkton. In the footage, Michaela can be seen turning every now and then, looking at the entrance. At 9:23 a.m., Michaela leaves the restaurant through one of its two exits. Then returns to leave through the other exits. She enters Tim Hortons / Wendy's at 9:49 a.m. while talking on her cell phone. Another call that police weren't able to trace in their investigation. This time around, she sat at a booth facing the door. After ending her call, she waited, sent messages, browsed her phone, and intermittently checked through the window. At 10:12 a.m., she texted her friend Shelby, "Hey, I need help." Over the next 30 minutes, Michaela is on and off the phone, during which time she texted Shelby again saying, "Never mind, I figured it out." In the same time frame, she left the restaurant again, only to immediately return and sit in the same booth. At 10:39 a.m., footage shows her looking around during a call. 4 minutes later, she gets off the phone and approaches an older lady sitting at a nearby table. The police later discovered that Michaela had asked the lady for help with renting a hotel room. In fact, one of the key pieces to solving this mystery is understanding why Michaela was asking the lady for help. Unfortunately, the lady claimed she didn't know the reason. Whether Michaela needed the money for the room, or just an adult to make the transaction, the lady refused. She didn't know where Michaela wanted to rent the room either. After asking the lady for help, Michaela returns to her booth, makes another call, and leaves the restaurant while talking on the phone. There is a gap of time where Michaela's whereabouts are unknown. About an hour later, Michaela sent Shelby a text. "I'll see you at lunch." At 11:59 a.m., Michaela had returned to Sacred Heart High School, where she met with two students, Ali Clarkson and Joanna Buckle. She told them that she was going to take a bus for vacation to Regina. Police investigation reveals that she may have been carrying two phones at the time. Less than 5 minutes after meeting the two students, Michaela leaves the school. Michaela went to a bus depot after leaving Sacred Heart High School, where an employee remembered seeing her around noon. The employee said Michaela wanted to know what time the bus was leaving. She was told 5 p.m. and then decided to not buy a ticket. She was then spotted at a nearby restaurant called Trail Shop, where she purchased a meal. Unfortunately, there are not many cameras in this area, and her movements beyond this point are unknown. Nearly 4 hours later, at 3:40 p.m., Michaela's grandmother was waiting to pick her up from school. 20 minutes later, Michaela misses her violin rehearsal. Roughly another 4 hours later, Michaela is officially reported missing. By 7 a.m., her cell phone was off. Police have received many tips across the years. One of the tips was the Friday right after her disappearance at the local bus station. Many were hopeful that it would be Michaela, but it turned out to be somebody else. A few weeks later, Michaela's records were transferred to the General Investigation Section, or the GIS. This means that the investigation will be treated as a major offense. The officers of the GIS spent weeks watching camera footage, analyzing phone records, and going through the legal processes required to retrieve Michaela's social media data. To this day, there has been no activity on her social media, except for one occasion. A few months after her disappearance, a message she had been sent on Snapchat became opened, as if she had seen the message. On Reddit, a user claims that Snapchat causes messages to be opened if the person's account becomes deactivated. After 30 days, they become liable to be deleted. Once they are, they appear, as in the marker on the conversation shows, to have been opened, even if the recipient never in fact opens it. But just because 30 days have passed, doesn't mean the Snapchats will be deleted. It's kind of random. However, this doesn't seem plausible, since many of her social media accounts still existed at the time, like Instagram, and apparently Snapchat doesn't delete inactive accounts. Her Instagram account included selfies and pictures of her school friends and siblings. However, according to CBC News, there was another Instagram account under her name, with hundreds of followers but no photos. And the About Me section simply said, "Goodbye." If these accounts still exist, I couldn't find them. Less than 2 months before her disappearance, Michaela made a post on social media with a screenshot of her Snapchat profile saying, "Looking for Snapchat friends because I have none in real life. Add me. Please don't be a greasy fuck and send me gross ass nudes. Just looking for friend." Could it be possible that somebody contacted her that day and made plans to meet her the following month, in April? GIS officers investigated everyone in Michaela's social circle, including everyone she was known to be contacting on social media. Note that not all of her social media activity was recoverable, because some websites don't hold user data for long periods of time, and the legal processes to acquire the records can take months. One of the people that GIS did investigate was Christopher, who we mentioned earlier. Liang, Michaela's friend, had mentioned that Christopher was going to visit Saskatchewan, but Liang wasn't the only person to mention him. Michaela's ex-boyfriend also told police that Christopher was visiting the province to see his mother in Saskatoon. Police searched Christopher's house. In their investigation, they found no evidence that Christopher was in Canada during the time Michaela went missing. CBC News also reached out, to which he had this to say, "All I can provide for you is that she suffered with self-harm a few years back. Back then, I was helping those who struggled, and I encouraged her to fight against self-harm and to look towards God." Police said there was no evidence to suggest that Michaela was suicidal at the time she went missing. However, the self-harm story was indeed corroborated by Michaela Bailey's description in the Interpol database, as found by one Reddit user. It says that Michaela has a fair amount of scars on her upper thigh from self-harm, side unknown. Michaela's friends pointed out to police another boy she had been contacting via social media, who goes by the name of Josh. However, they didn't know his last name. Police followed up, interviewing multiple people with the name Josh throughout their investigation, until they found a boy in Churchbridge who said that he knew her. The boy said they saw each other about once a week at a youth gathering. However, they hadn't spoken for a few years, and police said there was no indication that this Josh was involved in Michaela's disappearance. There was yet another man investigated by the police, a man who claimed to be Michaela's father. Michaela had told her friends that she didn't know who her father was, but that she wanted to meet him. The man who was interviewed by police, Rick Breet, said he was never contacted by Michaela, and he didn't think she knew his name. Michaela's mother, Paula, claims there is no evidence that Rick is Michaela's father. Despite the uncertainty, police searched Breet's house and even took DNA samples. They concluded that there was no evidence to suggest that Breet had anything to do with Michaela's disappearance. Bree even started posting online about Michaela's disappearance on his own behalf. At the bus depot, police interviewed an employee named Cheryl McDougall, who said Bali looked pretty normal for the kids who went there. About a week after the interview, McDougall contacted police with more information from a customer who remembered seeing Bali. Apparently, she was seen with a big guy carrying white bags. After putting out a sketch of a man described as having a tattoo of a cross with red flames on his left arm, someone came forward. However, the investigation concluded that he was simply holding the door for Bali, and that they were not together. After looking at all of the information regarding Michaela's case, police do not believe that she ever purchased a ticket or got into a bus leaving Yorkton. It's been several years now. Michaela's family runs pages all over social media with the hopes of finding her. Police have investigated over 600 tips throughout the years, including sightings as far as Scotland and Colombia. Among the other tips that the RCMP have received, a few stand out. In January of 2017, Michaela was believed to have been seen at an event at the Great Eagle Entertainment Center in Calgary. Considering the location has a casino, generally these places have excellent surveillance. However, police were unable to confirm if she was really there that day. The latest tip was in August of 2019 from a man in Edmonton who thought he met Michaela outside the High Run Club in Capilano. The man said that she was very sweet, kind, gentle, and naive. Sadly, the police could not confirm the validity of this tip. Looking at the locations of the sightings, if any of these are true, it would seem as if Michaela headed west after leaving Yorkton. In fact, the sightings are near locations that Michaela had discussed visiting, like Regina and Saskatoon. All of these locations are west of Yorkton, where she disappeared, including Calgary and Edmonton, the places that were reported to the authorities. Even with all of this information, it's still difficult coming up with a comprehensive scenario that could explain Michaela's disappearance. One thing does seem certain. Michaela wanted to leave that day. She had her backpack set up, she withdrew what money she had, and she hit the road. Whether or not she actually left or remains in Yorkton is uncertain. Whether or not she met with someone remains uncertain. It is precisely what happened to Michaela Bali after she left the bus depot that remains a mystery.
So that's pretty cool. And then putting in Vendetta, which is, an analyst he's been playing before, and that kind of stuff, which is like a wild card into the mix. But he's been giving us a lot of good feedback. He's helping us out on that front. And I'm happy with having both of them on the side. I just want us to perform a little bit better than we've been doing last week, for example. That's the issue I'm seeing just right now. But you have to remember, we're a little bit older, we're old timers. And we want to get back into the game. We're grinding our asses off. We're playing more and more. I haven't had a session like we had a couple of days ago. We sit 4 hours plus just sitting and we're watching everything we do the past couple of months. It's fun and it's interesting, but it's gonna take a while to get back into where we want to be, and people have to just remember that with us. We're gonna give everything, and we're fighting, and we want to be better, and we're doing everything in our powers to do it. We're putting up even more time than people may think, but we're gonna come there eventually. Just give us a little bit of patience. That's the thing.
Yeah, and Chris, we could probably sit here and chit-chat all day. We could, but we have to do this thing where you guys play Fnatic, so I'm going to have to let you go at this point. So thank you for your time, Chris. We'll catch up with you a little bit later.
Take it easy, boys.
See ya. All right, speaking of Fnatic, let's go ahead and just start talking about them right off the top. I already identified Crims, JW, Flusha, and obviously to the side of them is going to be young Brolin, and then Golden, who isn't necessarily one of the youngest players anymore, but certainly this is a lineup that's packing the most punch, I think, globally right now.
Yeah, I mean, number one, as of today, that's the news Astralis woke up to, and I'm sure they weren't happy to see it, but it's so cool to have Fnatic back in the limelight, right? Obviously, this match was awesome anyway, with all the history behind it, but Fnatic, it's such a crazy time that these guys have been able to resurge in the way that maybe Dignitas haven't as of late, and reach that tier 1 level. Obviously, changes being made, and I think bringing in a different in-game leader certainly does hold its weight there, and it's showing in the server.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting, right? Because when you look at it, it is almost like Dignitas are trying to go through this Fnatic process, right? Like, you look at this squad, and when they did originally, move some of the boys back over, you think about when, like, Golden came back in alongside flusha, there was kind of like some mixed reactions to all of that, and people not really expecting much from this Fnatic squad on the back of it, because at the time, like Golden, he'd had a stint in Fnatic already. He'd gone over to NA to play in Cloud9. He'd kind of been all over the place, and hadn't really, like, built up much of a kind of like repertoire to kind of put like.
Hello everybody and welcome to NIP taking on ENCE. We are here for map number 1, which is of course Train, as you can see here on your screens. And we're already live with a pistol round. My name is Mitch. With me for this series and the next is going to be the beautiful Dean Brown. And we're about to kick on into the action as one man down towards B, but ENCE are looking to come in force.
Yeah, and with it being that retake setup, they should be able to find the actual bomb plant itself relatively easily. I think Blackrow probably going to try and see if he can at least pick one off. Unfortunately, instantly being dinked down. So at this point, Blackrow just has to kind of hide back, wait now for his teammates to rotate in, especially as he has that kit. doesn't want to be losing it in any sort of an awkward spot for them to retrieve. A 5-on-5 retake though, this is a very difficult spot now for the Ninjas to actually be, and you see one player already pushed up a little bit more aggressive towards the summit position, so they do have a somewhat aggressive after plan to try and run down this time even further, and as we see them moving forward, so far the trade's actually going in favor of Ents. You can see the two players up towards Heaven as well. They have that Molotov that can delay even further, and X7 on the flank has just put a stop to this. Nothing that NIP can do. Twist is trapped in towards Summit, and Sunny just continues to fight, takes himself the headshot. There it is, Ents with the opening pistol. We didn't, of course, get to break down any of the map choices or anything, but this is the choice of Ents.
It is indeed. They chose Train, so NIP choose to start on the CT side. When it came to NIP's time to pick Overpass, the decider was going to be Inferno. It'll be a knife to decide who starts where. So for Ents, picking up that pistol round is really solid. You want to get off to a good start on the T side, but they are up against a force buy. NIP aren't letting it go quite that easily. We see a scout come through on Knock and a very good early nade onto Aerial. Not doing enough damage to make him a one hit to that scout, but close enough. You tag him up with the Deagles. Aerial now on 14 HP. Look at Lekro though. He wants to push up the ramp, and he's already got 1-2 with the Deagle.
That is just ridiculous. Gets himself the AK, runs away, and at this point Rez is already flanked up through Pop Dog, so he is a free frag on Sunny. This round is completely crumbled. As you said, that damage initially on Aerial, but it was really Lekro who made the round-winning play at that point, pretty much sealed the fate of NIP here. The bomb, of course, being dropped under the control of them. It's X7, I mean, he's looking around main right now, trying to see if someone is still peeking around this position, which, to be fair, they haven't all rotated over. They are still actually around this area. It was Knock and Plopsky who were trying to watch towards main and Pop Dog respectively, and a nice little scout headshot comes through to finish that one off. So NIP, they steal away the force buy. As I said, Lekro with that double headshot on the Deagle there was ridiculous. I mean, if he went down, the B-bomb site probably would have been lost. I think there was another player already quickly rotating through connector, but it would have been a lot more difficult for them to hold it at that point. So massive play, massive round from Ents. From NIP, and now Ents are the ones who have a very weak economy. Obviously, having won the pistol, losing the round that follows, the lost one is not going to be anywhere near as good as it would have been otherwise. So they only have that one rifle and then pistols to surround it.
Oh, look at the early nades that went up towards Ents. Quite a bit of damage done. And they're looking to split again down towards that B-bomb site. Seems to be what they're rocking with when they've got the pistols out. That one AK on Alu could do quite a bit of damage if it's left unchecked. Luckily, there's two players here for the CT side. Make that one as Nog falls, and they start to fall over towards Lekro, who's also dead. What is this? Just a P250 is all they needed.
I mean, Aerial doesn't even have Kevlar for himself. He was the one that dropped over the rifle. As I'm trying to finish my sentence, though, the kills do begin to go back in favor of the CT side. Now Alu's trapped in on default, and they will be able to finish him off. I'm not sure if they know exactly where Sunny's positioned at the moment, though. So he does have a bit of a chance to maybe try and catch one off guard. And as you can see, Plopsky being low, this is definitely still winnable. Hiding around the smoke on the Grey Train. They actually... have no idea. Twist is just going to go ahead and stick the bomb, but he's not being spied quite yet, and there's nothing that Sunny can do. Was often at that point, they're rather betting on the bomb not being stuck. Actually survives as well. He got himself the rifle, so that's not a bad recovery considering Ents were on a force spider to get the plant, to get 4 kills and a rifle out of it. Not the worst, but there was a bit of a chance there maybe for them to win it, so it is still somewhat upsetting. But they're going to buy up again straight away. Keep the pressure on.
I'm surprised he managed to get that rifle. The timing was perfect going through the smoke, and I guess he walked away with, like, realistically, he wasn't going to be stopping that round from being won. For so many CTs left alive, but it was a pretty positive outcome overall. 2-1, Ents look to bring a little bit further. X7's only got a Deagle to play with, but all his buddies have got those rifles. They'll look to look for those frags themselves. Moving this time towards the A site with 2 down at Ivy, looking like a late Pop Dog push as well. Good attempt with the nades, but Twist will survive today. And NIP with a very... Come on, stack over here. The totem pole is good for a trade. As Aerial picks that frag up, he loses a lot of HP in return.
Yeah, you said good for the trade, but just barely. I mean, that 2 health is really going to restrict them. At this point, he probably wants to trade that over to most likely X7, just take the Deagle in return, but give it to Alu even at this point since they are a little bit closer. I believe now moving over to the home together. So yeah, it looks like the goal is going to be B. Indeed, trading the Galil for the slightly lower health player. X7 for the moment is actually still lurking over towards Ivy, and it doesn't seem like he's going to get a move on anytime soon. So he may try and push this position. If they wanted, they could still try and move down Pop, obviously knowing that they have already taken a fight around that area. But that doesn't seem to be the goal. Instead, just one player, seeing if they can keep these players around to the A-bomb site, stop those rotations, or at least delay them an extra couple of seconds and give them the chance to overrun that one defender and try and get that bomb planted. But it is Nock who has the op right now, playing back towards the connector train. Moving out heaven was actually a good idea because they weren't immediately spotted. Fortunately, he does pair up and manage to take one down. Rains off a shot towards the bomb site as well, not initially connecting, and not on the second time around either.
And he's tucked up on the old train, hoping to catch them as they push forward, but they've already snuck past to the bomb site. Flank on its way through here for X7. The timing is terrible for Sunny. Look at the damage done. Sadly, with X7 only having himself a deagle, there wasn't much hope of that. The defuse to come through as NIP pick up another round. But with the bomb plant coming through for Ents, they will only have to take one eco and then they'll get a very strong buy up. And keeping the rounds semi-close, doing that damage to the CT side, it is at least a good sign. And we've already seen them do incredibly well when they're on pistols like we're about to see here.
I mean, considering how much they've been favouring towards B so far, you do just have to think, okay, they'll probably just go B again, especially when they've seen how passive the NIP have been playing it. I think all of the rounds they've approached it so far, the players just been back around connector or in the back lines in general, so especially with pistols, it is a good chance to plant. But no, they proved me wrong. They want to try and switch it up a little bit. Smoke's going down towards outside, giving them perhaps the ability to close in the distance on those pistols, and it's actually the Ivy players that take first contact there. It is being traded back, but as I say that again, Ents do begin to frag. I mean, bringing this down to a 2v2 is a position it shouldn't be in for NIP. It looks like they should at least be able to recover it, but I mean, Alu in the 1-on-2, it's still winnable. Electro coming in from Pop Dog. He's there to go ahead and end this round, end what was becoming a scary round for them as well. Again, only 2 players surviving. I mean, let's have a look. 2 players surviving that round, 3 in the one before, 1 in the round before that. NIP, despite getting 4 in a row now for themselves, they haven't built up really any money, so there's still a very strong opportunity for the Finnish guys, of course, to take 1 round, and with that, completely destroy the economy of NIP. And they realize that, so they're going to call a pause, actually, before coming into this first gun round. Have a bit of a discussion and see what is the best approach.
Probably the best time to be calling. Like, we've got that full light coming through after the pistol. You're 4-1 down. It's not terrible. After the pistol round, but it happens. Especially nowadays, you've got those force buys pretty consistently coming through from the CT side. If a T side gets a plant, same thing. Don't expect to see pistol being as free as it was before. They decide to go in for a glass cannon off on Alu, which was bought very early on before that. And I want to see where they're going to be rolling with it. It looks like everybody's shifting towards B for the most part, as Alu looks to pick them off. But NIP have a super passive B hold so far, and they're not looking to change anything up just yet. Except for the round where they had a deagle, obviously, but that's where you're going to expect a couple more WPs.
Yeah, when you have those weaker weapons, you have to take the gamble usually. Obviously, there's a lot less risk considering you don't have as much to lose also, so it makes it a lot more worthwhile, but with a single player, he's not going to be getting aggressive. Instead, they do go ahead and try and get themselves that control towards main. Keep Smoke in. The Molotov, I believe, went down as well to ensure there'd be no one hiding in towards that left corner behind the boxes. So, some pretty good control. Plotsky up here, he's able to keep his eye on it. He'll know if anyone tries to work in and regain that control. So, it gives them some info at the very least to work with. And in the meantime, Twisted gone aggressive over towards Ivy and actually has given them a man advantage now. A minute remaining for Ents to go ahead and try and do something in this gun round. As I said, they had done a good job so far at keeping the economy modest for NIP. But if they can take this opening gun round, and if they can do it in a convincing fashion, then NIP at that point will really begin to run away with the lead.
As time ticks on, it's slowly shifting through Ivy. About to take contact versus Twist, but this smoke gives away the fact that they're here. They're guaranteed Twist is watching for it, waiting for the players to move forward, but a flash is about to come through from Alu. Planned perfectly. Twist still with some good damage, but no kill. As we talked about kills, though, one comes through. Blobski, Rez successfully holding down Pop Dog, and Plops with another. Hence, find themselves in a position where, well, it doesn't look too winnable despite that really nice opening duel coming in towards Ivy. Alu is left to save the AWP with no armor, and indeed no hope of playing it in this round. Cash for them, unfortunately. I mean, they can get AKs for the most part, team, but they'll be lacking in either head armor, which wouldn't be nice, or any utility. So I think they've made the only choice they really could.
Yeah, I agree with it. I mean, they have the op for Alu, obviously, that he saved over. Having no money is going to impact him quite heavily coming into the next round, where unless they do get the bomb plant, he won't be able to buy up the rifle and such for himself. So it's a bit of an awkward spot. They may have one person with a weaker weapon, but overall, prioritizing that buy for the next round is the better idea, in my opinion. I'm sure most people would agree with it. Still giving themselves pistols a chance to try and continue putting true impact, but they need to start picking up those rounds relatively soon. So this is one where, again, I don't expect a lot, but that next round is going to be so important for Ents, because as we mentioned, this is their map choice, and with Overpass coming up next, that's not one that I'm going to expect Ents to really be doing a lot on, if I'm being honest.
The pressure is definitely on to take it here on Train, and with the start, I mean, I know you can look at that scoreline, you can say 5-1, oh, Ents, oh, it's bad for them and stuff, but I think realistically, contextually, with how the rounds have gone, it's definitely not a terrible sign, but that previous buy round does strike a little bit of fear into my heart. We know they're not a good overpass team, so it has to be done here. And as Nok picks up Aerial, they look to again push into the B bomb site. Alu entering in with the AWP now, trying to catch a duel, and he does so successfully, using his teammates as decoys of sorts. Now up above, spots a player on the site. There's his second kill. Ents have access, and they can get a bomb plant covered by the op, and with a retrieved AK armor on Sunny. This is actually a really solid round for Ents, considering how it started.
Especially if they can manage to actually win this one. I mean, as you said, with the rifle as well here on Sunny, he has Kevlar, they have a flash on X7 that could be used effectively. Definitely is the opportunity to win this round. Taking that fight in towards the aisle train. It's actually dropping Rez on top of connector train. Swings back out and finishes off Twisps, and now it's all on Plopsky. And Sunny's not going to give him the chance for the peak. Instead, X7 swings in, and they would have been ready to follow it up with a second if needed for the trade. Really well played round by Ents. From Alu to find those two openings. If he didn't, they had no chance.
Oh, what a fantastic job done by Ents, using those two first players to run out. Sergey and Aerial acting as the decoys. Alu playing safe behind them with the AWP. Catches trade after trade. They open B. And from there, Sunny was the man to watch. That AK play, dancing around the central part of the bomb site. Grabbing the information is kind of the central part of that play, but he was hitting heads as he did. You can't complain. You know, NIP on the back of, as I said, contextually, not a terrible start for Ents. It was 5-1, but every round they were dealing damage. And you see, after losing just that one, NIP all of a sudden, they've got a pistol, 2 SMGs, an AWP and an M4. Utility is very light. They've only got 2 kits pulled out. I mean, things are not looking fantastic for the Ninjas at the moment.
Certainly not. That's what the damage that had been done throughout the 5 rounds actually amounts to. As I said, Events would have picked up 1. At that point anyway, they would have forced them onto the eco. We've seen the open gun round being a little bit cleaner, so as you said, it gives them what they have now, but even then, being quite weak. Okay, trying to get the pop dog controls. Just one player kind of sliding down the ladder a bit, trying to see if there was anyone. They're able to escape relatively easily. That was a little bit risky, all things considered, but it doesn't really cost them anything, fortunately. Again, though, Ent's going to be just straight up favoring over towards that B bomb site, and it seems like NIP may have a bit of a read on it, especially now as they've gone ahead and gotten themselves the main control, considering there's 40 seconds left. They should have a decent idea about what's going on, and here we go again, the Oppie in the first line of contact. You have the MP9 on the bomb site, unfortunately not able to do anything really. At least gets one on the Yop, but unfortunately the rotation right now being slowed down as well as Plopsky was dropped. It's actually the Op in the open! Oh, the bomb in the open! Allowing the Op to have those easy picks, and now it's all onto Twist. Alu again gives them a recovery that is very much needed as his teammate rapping in towards Heaven, so they'll plant it safely at this point. They do have a Molotov onto Alu, but I was gonna say I don't know if he'll be able to escape off the bomb site too easily, but now backed up the ramp. Will join his teammate, and at this point, it's gonna be very difficult for Twist. He at least has a smoke.
He's going to drop that smoke on the site. Not yet going in for the defuse, hoping that would bait out a peek, and indeed it did. Alu, though, doesn't hear the defuse. He knows the player hasn't gone inside it just yet. And an easy close out for them. Now, when you look at this series, this is an exact replica of the veto that we saw before. Train up first, overpass picked in by NIP, and then onto Inferno as a decider. Last month in ESL Pro League, these two teams played in the very same conditions, and it started with ENCE taking Train, their map pick 16-10. But then it went to overpass, and 16-4 is not where you want to be. That's the scoreline that NIP took it, bringing it to a decider, where Inferno then went 16-8 to ENCE. Overall, painting a pretty good picture for ENCE potentially winning the series. Doing well here.
Alright.
A couple of SMG frags, a little bit of damage in. They trade out the pistol, so there's a little bit picked up, and that's about as clean as you'd expect considering it's only USPs for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised Twist was even able to get that kill. Once he was up on top of the train, I thought he was pretty much screwed. The Mac 10 had closed in the distance, but yeah, I was able to find the back of one. So one kill, as you said, considering they only had USPs. Not a bad result. Now they can back onto their own buy. But this is a very important round. I mean, considering they had a 5-1 lead, if they let this one go, you're going to see ENCE actually been able to go ahead and get themselves into the lead at that point. Very likely 6-5. So yeah, I mean, this round being crucial for both teams. For ENCE, if they pick it up, they'll already have themselves a decent B-side and the ability, obviously, to add a little bit more to it. One thing that's definitely worth noting now, though, is that NIP actually don't have an op to work with. They also don't have a defuse kit, and ENCE have been getting those bomb plants relatively consistently so far.
NIP again favoring in their 4-man A-holds. It's worked out very well for them so far whenever ENCE have started to make some noise here. And it looks like they're going to do so again. 3 players in Ivy pushing out the flash, not catching Twist this time, but he does still get the kill, despite what the kill feed may be telling you. He's telling he wasn't fully blind. But lots of damage done as X7 gets finished off. Ariel's also on 12 HP, but there we go. A nice simple closeout by Sunny to take Kropsky out of the game and leave Rez tucked in a position where he hasn't been spotted yet, but how many times is he going to be able to find here? They may be coming down at any moment right up behind him. And he needs to have that kill, but he's also splitting his attention between there and main.
Yeah, that's the issue. It's all about the timing. I mean, he definitely knows there's one up there now that the smoke is coming down. And I mean, the Molotov following over from Sergey just immediately extinguishes. So that was a little bit of a weird one. Good work by Nock using that smoke that was down to try and isolate the fight in Sandwich. Works out in his favor. Already being a low health player as well. That was a little bit of a dangerous fight. But a 3-on-3 now. I mean, ENCE overall, they've done a good job to recover back from the beginning that they had in this round, but they're just taking way too much time to recover this bomb. At this point, they need to move in and hope that they can get these kills. Obviously, with all 3 NIP players around, Electro is the first man to find those T's actually pushing forward in there from Heaven. But again, Alu ready with the AWP to trade it out. That's going to give him over the bomb plant now. And with that, of course, the 1v1. Rez, he wants to close in the distance, doesn't want to give any time or room for Alu to go ahead and position himself for the after plant, and that's exactly what he does. Cuts him off as he tries to move from the bomb site. Plenty of time, even without that defuse kit, for the defuse to come in. And NIP, they pick up a very, very crucial round, but only 1 player surviving. Sure, they get the op, that'll be given back to Alu, but overall, their buy is going to be quite shaky here.
Well, one really good sign for them in this series is the fact that Alu is playing like an animal. You need that on train. And when they move to the CT side, that can certainly help to bolster down their defense a little bit. Combined with the fact that we have this solid start to their T side. From 5-1 down now to 6-4. They have the buy, they have all the rifles they could possibly dream of. Foundations are certainly set. Let's see if they can build upon them. As NIP again, 4-5 this time in towards A. They've left B completely, making the right read early on. The bomb being retrieved by ENCE, and it looks to move into the A side. This could be very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, they did move up Ivy though, so they know that if the attack's coming in, it's from main and Pop Dog. Electro just spams through the smoke trying to get a player coming from main. Instead finds Aerial just right on the other side. Klopsky actually going to be able to get one as well. But eventually, as always, Alu seems like he is able to start returning with the up this flank though. It looked like he was about to check it, but not quite. This gives a recovery to NIP, and with Nock finding another on X7. Sergey's left alone, 8 health. Barely anything here to work with. They're aware of it. They must be, because Nock's just gone for the USP. Yeah, moves in, Twist peaks at the same time as well. 7-4. I mean, a great recovery, and it did look like Alu though was going to check that flank. That was a little bit off on the time, and didn't realize he could be up closer on the right side already. But yeah, I mean, overall, 4 rounds already here on the T side, considering they had such a poor start. They obviously want to add at least a couple more to that, but they've got the chance to do it. They won't have a full buy here, but again, just trying to keep that pressure on.
What a great read by NIP in the previous round, though, to know that it was again going to be that A side. They had the closest person to B was in connector A side. So that was a risky play, to say the least, but it's obviously equalized out by the push that they made all the way down towards Ivy. And just that single up again, Alu's the one to open up the round, putting Ents ahead and causing NIP to just fall back from their positions towards upper B, and instead rotate in to once again bolster down this A defense. And again, it looks like Ents might be walking right on into it.
Here with the op, yeah, I mean, Alu crossing over to the other side of Ivy will try and swing out maybe and get that pick once the pistol players peak. Unfortunately, you see X7 getting tagged down, and Knock is kind of like, yeah, I don't want to continue facing this position. We already have a man disadvantage. I disconnected a shot there, done some damage. At this point, forced to play a little bit more passive, knowing the overall buy that they're up against. And as you had said, initially it was that A stack. They actually decided to rotate the op back around towards B there, trusted Twist instead, just from ground train to watch this. So this could get awkward overall. I mean, they have that one player in Pop who can help out quickly if needed. Okay, nice nade from Twist. Rez indeed has now positioned himself to actually watch that A main push. So I know they do have a really strong hold on this one. Smoke goes down though, giving a bit of room again for those pistols to actually close in the distance.
But it's not the pistols that you need to worry about. It's all this Alu on the AWP. But as he's eventually dealt with, it's all down to Sergey. He's got one up behind. Nox fallen. 1 HP here on Lekro. That's going to be easily dealt with. And now one Deagle away from victory. Twist with the op. He looks to reface it. That's a very brave move. Misses the shots, but 15 seconds left. Sergey's got to make a move. He hasn't quite caught the angle. It looks like this could be the end. He hasn't got time anymore. But Twist, he's so close. Catches a quick headshot as he runs around the corner, though. From 8-4. NIP pick up another. On the way towards having a pretty decent half. Ents have still got a fight left in them. Look at how close they made a round where it's basically just the AWP to deal with. And they're also making the read to stack up A. Excuse me, to stack up A quite a bit.
Yeah, which is a little bit surprising considering, especially in the early rounds, Ents were heavily favoring that B-bomb side. So it just seems like NIP, no matter what, they just have a read on exactly what's happening. But again, one kind of thing that I am happy to see here for Ents is that Alu's showing up, because we had, of course, them being a little bit on and off lately, and I think Alu has been a big factor in that during the matchup against Heretics. Unfortunately, he didn't really show up. He did have Sergey showing up, and they just got stomped out. And in the match before that, when they played Fnatic, Alu was just incredible, and they made it look easy. So I feel like kind of the other players you can rely on fairly consistently. Alu, though, when he does show up, it is so impactful for them. And as I said, 4 rounds, it's not what they want to end this half with, but if they add even 2 more to it, they can be feeling relatively decent. And again, have been keeping that damage on after the 4 frags that they were able to find in that previous round. So NIP realised how important this one is, even being left with some weaker weapons, having a UMP and a FAMAS.
The benefits of finding those kills are shining through. He's facing that slightly weaker fight. And also, not wanting to face another A stack. They're playing this one much slower, not committing in towards the side from the get-go.
I like this one, Knock.
Oh, where's he at? Oh yeah, just watching upper B at the moment. He's in a bit of
Surprised they
danger
kept
now.
the second on B in that case, though.
I guess he's not swung wide enough to really check if they did rush him down. Utility's decent though, he has a molly, so if he could see ground control, he could just go back and line. Over the second here is definitely something that we don't need to see, but he's going to be thankful for it now as he's looking 41.
For sure, but I think that 1 kill is going to massively slow Ents down as well. Even if they do want to bring it back towards B, they still have to rotate that bomb over, which is now beginning to happen. But I mean, it's just given time for NIP to set themselves up. Are they considering the rotate? Nah, Knock was just moving back to throw that connector down towards that smoke down towards the ramp. So yeah, I mean, Ents are going to have a tough time going forward. Only 40 seconds, a player playing underneath Heaven as well here. The op obviously in the back lines that could just watch across onto the bomb site. They're still not even going forward. I mean, this time is getting quite low. As you said, still a Molotov available as well that can be used to delay even further.
This could be dangerous as they start to push on forward, though. They haven't spotted Lekro below. They're focused on Knock. Lekro now grabs himself a kill, swings out for more, but can't get it done. Ends of a flank on their way up behind. This is not good. Rez picks up the 1, and that should be 9 seconds
Flash.
Oh no, he went down for the peak. That
Yes,
bomb's
time.
going to be planted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he's managed to get. What the hell, Sonny? I did
Tiny
not
God,
catch that
tiny
from this
God.
point of view, but Twist got the instant dink and then just got domed himself. What a crazy round. I mean, that flash was perfect. Sonny was completely blind, yet he still managed to just catch the timing with the spray. And then that 1v1, which is a nice shot being connected. Nothing else that really can be said about it. That round destroys NIP. They're on a force play here. If this doesn't work out, Ents have a great opportunity to get 7, which was not really looking too possible when they were down 5-1.
That was a hell of a round. I mean, I was counting it as being over as soon as NIP had that flank coming down. That should have been the end, but no, they just wouldn't give up. Sonny, the fact that they peeked him, not allowing the bomb plan to come through, I'm not mad about that. It was just insane play from Sonny to be able to pick them up even while blind. And then that swing, precision, flicking onto the head. They're up against just pistols now, and they're cleaning them up fairly nicely for the moment. Alu has to concede main control because he's being pushed down. And with an AWP, you're not quite going to want to try to make that trade. It doesn't really pay off. And it's now slowing it down. They know there's a player close to main. With that, you're going to presume at least one more is rotated in. And that means that B should be fairly open in contrast. They're starting to make their way over there with the bomb. The only real issues for them could be if Rez decides to come up this ladder behind for a flank, but they've got plenty of manpower left to just leave someone there to watch it and secure their back as they get a plant down and just a little bit. Oh, you want to take that main? Okay. Alright, Alu.
He just wants some of the moolah that's going around. Only able to get 1, sadly. He's going to have well, 1 on top of what he got towards the beginning. Obviously, he should have enough for himself to get the op out there for anything more. Most likely he'll get dropped back over by X7 as long as he doesn't go down. It's relatively low at this point, but with it just being Plopsky and with him being at this point in towards the CT spawn pretty much, he is just looking to see if anyone's going to come in his direction. And I mean, okay, he is. It's only an MP5, so it's not really a weapon that he's going to care too much about having the ability to save over, so I mean, it wouldn't have been too great. Maybe he could have went for a couple more exits, would have added to his own bank for perhaps something to at least be brought out in this round, because it's very similar to the buy that they had in the previous, just with an extra like $400 from the loss bonus. On top of it, so 2 scouts, some pistols coming in, very few nades once again. As I said, Ents after destroying that economy for Nip and Brock. One shot to the body after his scout connects, so it's definitely a tough spot for Ents to be in. I mean, in the beginning I was thinking this should be around pretty much 100%, but right now it's looking a little bit worrisome. 40 seconds left for them to get going with this bomb on towards the bomb site as well. They're favoring towards A. Muriel and Alu towards main. They have a player who's going to look to try and come down through Hot Dog and 1 moving through Ivy. So it is a split on towards the bomb site, which is obviously good. Have a few different avenues of attack so that the focus of those CTs is going to be split. And as the first kill comes in, that does leave just Twist alone with a scout. Nothing really that can be done at that point. The bomb site is going to fall. The bomb with that will be planted. And without a defuse kit, as we said, with overall weaker weapons, it's going to be an extremely difficult retake. There's 1 from Plopsky. Giving him a second for the round, but that's all he's limited to. It's on knock now, 1 on 3, and actually tags down a second player.
Well, I mean, overall, a pretty damn good T side for Ents. fogging up 7 rounds. Better than you'll see most teams doing. And at the end of the day, considering that 5-1 situation at the start, had they have won the second round after the after the pistol round, excuse me, they probably would have walked away with a dominant closer to double digits scoreline. So that is certainly worrying for NIP. They've got a lot to do when it comes to the T side, but for now, we're going to throw things over to a quick break. We'll be back in just a little bit with half number 2, so don't go anywhere.
Apart from Flusher are coming from, so they're going to reroute and go back.
Yeah, holding outside of this B site early on. Fnatic now setting up with JW down here towards Ivy. He can come in late, but this B site is gone with the win. JW opening things up. Flusher gets on in. And as do the rest of Fnatic in tow. That bomb can now go down. Halzerg does shut down Flusher, but he's got a lot more to worry about, and he will get overwhelmed there. Get right, all alone. 1v3 has retrieved this kit from the body down in Ivy, but there's a very, very slim chance he's able to find much, especially with Crims being aggressive in the connector. Get right kind of knows at this point, yeah, I don't know how I'm going to win this round. Crims is doing a great job of defying time, and you know, even as okay, now
surely.
1v1, Golden, yeah, there's no time. Get right would have to get on the bomb immediately upon getting into the bomb site, and there's just not a world in which that happens. Golden even runs down the ramp and finishes him off. So Fnatic, they'll take the pistol, they go up 9-7. A nice try from Get Right, but not enough to win them the pistol round. Now Fnatic looking to reach double digits nice and fast.
Yeah, really good shots from Get Right, but it's the fact that he's late, right? It's the fact that he's playing Ivy, he's getting the kill. He's so late into the bomb site. By the time he gets kills, it's a done deal anyway. Fnatic may not be their map pick, but they are now well and truly in the lead. This should really elevate them if they can get the anti-force. Dignitas, pretty decent buy. Get Right's on the UMP thanks to those kills. Got 2 scouts in play as well. So let's see what Dignitas have to show us in this one. Right now, heavy rifles for Fnatic, who look to play it safe. The one position that isn't being accounted for is Ivy. Dig should realise soon, and they're going to put one of the scouts on it in the form of Freiburg, but he adjusts, and Dig are being caught in transition right now. Fnatic could definitely get through this position. The smoke is down, and Dig can't really do anything about it but worry. Drop into the pop, gets spotted, Get Right. They're in close, there's grenades to deal with. Back through this smoke as well. Oh, Golden's found the kill for him, and now
Open and headshot, and as I said, they didn't send the player towards heaven, so Sergey, he can peek out and just stop that bomb plant. It took a lot longer than expected, but either way, the frags just continue to go in favor of Ents at this point. Rez going forward, he is going to go down. No resurrections for him, this is not Valorant. As Sergey gets Electros, that was just a sweep up in that pistol. As I said, not having a player coming out through heaven just meant that Sergey could chill there, and just, he didn't even really have to peek apart from just waiting for that bomb to be tapped. He peeked out earlier, obviously, because his teammates had all the attention, and he shot away a full mag, and no one shot back at him.
Yeah, missing the first couple headshots, but as you said, everyone was distracted. No one answering back.
I
Ents
don't
pick
have
up the
a
pistol,
helmet.
but we
What's
saw
going
this in the first half, and they failed to follow through. Now with NIP grabbing themselves a force buy, we could be looking at a similar situation. Pistols galore. Tech 9's making an appearance on Rez and Plopsky and Deagles for the rest. They've got smokes times 3, so a pretty decent chance to close in the distance up against Ents, all things considered, but you've also got to look at what Ents have. 3 rifles, 2 SMGs, lots of utility. Should be their round in the bag, and finally them off to a pretty good start in the half, but we have to wait and see. As NIP look to once again moving towards that B-bomb site. 4 players in upper knock, a little bit further behind. You can watch for the play coming up the ladder as they set up for their smokes. And with this passive hold from Ents, you could at least be looking at a bomb plan for NIP.
Yeah, it's pretty likely. Normally more so when there's only one player towards this side of the map against the 2 rifles, it is going to be difficult. So yeah, I mean, Alu gets 2, Sergei able to get 1, but yeah, they will still get the bomb plant in. That's the thing, if they get the trades, that rotation takes a relatively long time, even if they're in position, unless they have loads of HEs that they can dunk down on default, and no can't actually do much about stopping the bomb plant itself, even if it is going to be a relatively easy retake, which, as you see, is the case.
Hey, let's play a game. It's called How Many Smokes Did They Buy? Answer's 3. How many smokes did they use?
Was it 0?
It was 0. What the hell was that? They just walked down ramp. They got sprayed out by Alu. Heaven as well. We don't need the smoke. Why did they buy the smokes? What's the point?
Especially with that buy, you would have expected at least a deep connector smoke, and then maybe keep the other 2 to try and use in the after plant. So that would have been a bit more.
Hey, I'm alright with keeping smokes for after plants, but you can't keep them all. Like, you gotta get to the site first. I know they got a bomb plant in the end, but they lost so many players coming down that ramp. 2 of the players on the ramp had a smoke as well. I don't know how one of them doesn't say, hey, let me just pop this one down here.
Yeah, that would have worked too. Or considering the investment that they had, a deep connector smoke would have made the most sense so that they can try and actually get up close and slow the rotations down with those weaker weapons, which is pretty common. But yeah, I mean, they got the bomb plant at least. They've come into this one with just a half buy apart from the 1 hero rifle there on Lekro. Unfortunately, he's been kind of naded down a couple times towards main already, so any sort of aggression that he wanted to show early on has been completely denied. And again, NIP just going to group up the favor on towards B. This time they do have just 1 smoke. Couple flashes as well. Will any of these be thrown out is the question? Or will Mitch go mad?
They run down this ramp. Oh, they've only got the 1 smoke left. You know, maybe he just don't feel like it. Nock's not a smoker. He's like, I like to off. I don't know what a smoke is. As Sergei's that's very risky up against these pistols. He makes it out with his life just about. Gets a molly down as well. Alu playing closer on the gray train. It's a decent start actually for NIP. They've gotten towards the bomb side. Alu is pressuring them, but he's not being challenged. He's going to swing out. He can deny that bomb plant. No. Just a second in between them. Not even.
That was very crucial for NIP to get that. I think that should give Lekro enough to buy now. 2900 plus the 800, and then obviously the 400 he already had in the bank, so it will indeed get a few nades behind his rifle. So yeah, big find being able to actually get that plant, but no one was even covering Alu, so he definitely wasn't surviving any further than that. Cleaned up again by Ents, but as we said, overall NIP getting these plants down and such, doing a small bit of damage at least in those rounds. Not the worst spot for them to be in, but obviously at this point already being down at 8 to 10 here, they're on the D side of train. At one point they had a 5-1 lead. If they don't start picking up their own momentum right now and start getting that confidence rolling again, then I feel like we're definitely just going to be heading into Overpass real soon. Although even then, I do still expect us to see a 3-map series.
NIP get their smoke execute out towards A. They've already snuck Lekro out. He's coming in through Olaf. He's walking right into an open of Alu, but the shot only connecting the legs. Good trade back by Lekro for his HP lost. He dodges bullets straight out by Plopsky. They know there's a player about to peek down in Pop Dog, and that's Ariel. Or that was Ariel, I should say. Really solid stuff to entry into A for NIP. They've got the bomb up behind them. And although X7 finds a kill, they know where he is. They know that Sergei was playing on the B site. They suspect him to be around here or connector, and if the bomb is retrieved... Oh, Sergei's dead. Now they know exactly what's going on. That bomb can just be planted on B if they want to, but... Shit. It looks like they're still going to go to this side A site. I wonder if they maybe... No, I mean, they know X7 found the kill, so... What? They should be ready for him to be still down there if they're watching it.
And there we go. Steps out the op of Twist, posted up as the one to finish it off, and With that, a 9th round is found for NIP. They pick up the opening gun round for themselves, as I said, one that was very important. And haven't got a kill in the round before, 2 in the one before that one as well. They had been forcing a bit of reinvestment now. Obviously, it doesn't stop Ents from being able to buy here, but it does weaken it for sure. I mean, nades-wise, it could be a lot better. Sonny actually pulls out a full set of nades right there, so that definitely improves it. But you see the MP9 on Sergey, he's the only man who actually has a kit to work with as well, so this is a really good opportunity for NIP to, if they do actually take this round, to go ahead and get themselves back into the lead and start actually feeling a little bit better about themselves again after having what was a pretty tough first half, all things considered, and also a poor start to this one. But right now, just splitting up into the default.
The previous round there, you saw a little bit of confidence coming through for play with Alu, right? He grabs the tag on the player, and he swings out wide to try and finish him off rather than allow one of the rifles to do so. Falling, then Lekro, although he got taken down. Plovsky was good to swing out of main with the smokes that were down. Trade him out. They knew Ariel was in Pop Dog. Easy double kill, even followed up with another later on. It was really textbook stuff by NIP, but it relied heavily on that over-aggression coming through from Alu on the They got it. And if you're wondering why, on the previous round it worked when Lekro just rushed out main. Why are they not doing the same thing? Well, they know Ents aren't on a strong apply. There's not as much utility from the CD side. So they wait out the smokes that are thrown initially, and now they're good to start challenging on further range duels, knowing that their opponents don't have maybe the flashbangs to work off those picks, or the rifles to take the duels. But even still, Sergey finds a close range angle, pushing an upper B, taking down Rez, and now he's on his way to the A bomb site without 4-man stack, looking to hold off these T's.
So far, just trading back and forth. That is until we actually focus on Knock, who's like, nah, that's not going to be happening anymore. Gets 2 quick headshots, twist on the op, comes out of main and finishes off the final man on that bomb site. And
come on,
very quickly, NIP managed to actually go ahead and close that one out. It was looking pretty decent initially there with the 2-for-2 trade, but as I said, Knock being kind of the turning point in that round. 10-10, as I pointed out before that one, if Ents were to lose it, they would have pretty much no money at this point. They are on the eco. NIP are going to be able to reclaim themselves the lead for the first time in a little while. Since I believe the half gun, I'm pretty sure the pistol was actually the one that tied it up at 8-8. So being able to get off to a good start once the gun rounds actually do come in here on the good on the T side for them, that is a good sign. And up against just USPs here, this is where they have an opportunity to actually take this round cleanly. Obviously only surviving with 2 in that previous was not really something they want to be doing again. Keeping at least 4 alive here is the goal.
Pistols have managed to make it up close here. Very good timing coming through from Ariel. And Lekro falling, not in danger, pushed down by lots of USPs, and the trade eventually found. Already, this is a good round for Ents. I think they probably look to just save these AKs. They haven't got armor, no kit, and just a molly in play. All of those things are quite valuable, the 2 AKs to molly. Help them out in the next round for sure. That does mean that NIP pick up an 11th. Back into the lead here on their T side. They said they needed to do a lot of work when it came towards this side to make up for the deficit that they had in play. Although they won the previous half, don't forget, it was 8-7. But Ents on the CT side, on their map pick, we do expect things to swing towards them quite a bit, but NIP have been doing some huge work right now. That's not an angle you see all too often with X7's hold.
No, it's incredibly tight. It'll be definitely tough to hit the shot if anyone wants to actually peek it, but no one trying to hunt, obviously, as you can see for Nip really. There's one player there who was about to peek out Ivy, but either way, weapons being saved over. 2 AKs being carried into this round for Ents, as you said, definitely going to help them out. They're going to be buying up. Could get a decent amount of nades. There'll be a couple players who are lacking. Ariel still has a bit more money there to invest. That's the Sunny. So yeah, overall a really strong investment here for Ents. But they need to again pick up the pace here. They can't really afford to be going down 5 rounds again before they actually start picking up some gun rounds like we see back on their T side. We're sure they won the pistol, but then they ended up losing 5 in a row. So they need to have a little bit of a quicker start on this half. Right now, Matt can actually be retained by the NIP boys. It's in the hands of Plotsky. They're putting a lot of pressure towards A with those nades to bait out what they can from the CT side. But as we can see, pretty much fully focused towards B at this point. And if they move relatively quickly, it is just going to be Sergey to hold this down, and he has no nades.
Just looking for the aim duels, he finds himself one, but nothing afterwards, and that massive B hold now punished massively. As Ents can't get back in towards the site, they're caught in connector with the mollies down. And the teams have got very advanced post plants already. Oh, Sonny saw it. I don't think he realized though. Smoke obviously different on his side than it is for us spectating. And as a 4 versus 2 emerges, Ents should just be saving.
I think with Sergey not having any nades right there to actually delay the push once it started coming in the ramp, he needed to play just a bit more passive, most likely. At that point, try and get it to 1 kill and stay alive so that they can have some sort of an advantage for the retake. But now, once he went down, this round was pretty much over. We've seen Ents obviously attempt to come in, but at this point, with 2 players remaining, being forced to call for that save, it'll give them the opportunity to maybe buy from the next round 2900. So you can see X7 dropping over. Unfortunately, Aerial can't. And he will buy for himself. So if they wanted to go for a 1 player, it'd be on a weaker weapon. So I don't know if they will be down 12 to 10 already. It's probably a better idea to get a few pistols out maybe behind these rifles and just see if they can do something in this round, but focus more so on the next. But who knows? I mean, they've dropped an M4 to Sunny, so I think they might be considering the buy. With the pause coming in, most likely it's something that they are chatting about. Well, Kendo, I didn't expect Nip to come out firing like this on their T side after how shaky that first half was. We said initially that we were going to be favouring Nip in the series, but I was thoroughly impressed by the T side events, and not as much so far by the CT side.
That is kind of a surprising thing, because when you think about how these guys played out last time, like I said, a month ago, Ents versus NIP, ESL Pro League, and Train went pretty convincingly towards Ents, 16-10 in total. It was on the back of, again, an 8-round T side, and then an 8-3 shutout on their counter-terrors. They didn't give NIP any access. And what was even more surprising was that was including losing the pistol round in the follow-up. So you ended up with Rez looking absolutely dominant. Look at this early workout. They've lost a lot of HP, but Rez, he's got a double kill. Looks into Ivy with the spray. It's not good.
Oh
and X7 has got a triple, pulling the round all the way back.
Oh my god.
Yeah, X several kills, I guess you could call it. Sergey coming in from top dog gets 2. And he makes them with quick headshots as well, that second one especially. He had a flick up. I would have, I'm terrible at flicking up at an angle. That's just the one angle I can't do. My hand doesn't work like that. But yeah, I mean, that's a big round for him to come out on top of. And all things considered, I mean, we've seen obviously Nip picking themselves up 4 rounds, but it's not like they're super convincing. I mean, at most they survived with 3 players, so they haven't built up an amazing economy. It's still a chance here for Ents to do exactly what Nip were able to do to them off the back of them getting actually the first good round. If they get 1 more here, at that point they'll definitely force Nip down to an eco. They don't really have the economy to fly up too much in the next round apart from some pistols. So this round being so important, the Ents, they have a chance again to reclaim that lead, and if they were to do it on the CP side, obviously at that point they would be feeling quite comfortable. But Nip, I believe, slowing it down a little bit overall. Most of their focus being over towards Ivy, and there's a little bit of a switch up. But we're seeing 2 CT players around this area as well. They've just smoked it off for now.
Of that aggressive player pushed right on up to X7 and Ivy. And he's going to catch them completely off guard as they throw out grenades. But now he's stuck in the corner. Sunny falls. Out goes X7. And he gets good damage. Not able to fall back from that position. Alu's around here though. They've heard the scope. They know he's there. And that was his downfall as Nok just ready for him. Crouch swung, took Alu down. And Ents pretty much forced into a save again. The 2v4, not a position they can realistically fight convincingly for him. With the mollies going down, they know that they have no chance of getting in there before the bomb plants. The retake ain't looking to fly either. The 13 for NIP guaranteed at this point. Again, a really surprisingly good T side. The last time these teams played, out of a total of, I'll say 7 buy rounds under T side, NIP won just 1 of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's not an impressive statistic, but they're looking much, much better right now. Save at least coming in from these final 2 players, but the economy for Ents isn't really going to give them the buy. What, they get 2,400 out of this one? It could allow for obviously Sunny to buy for himself. It would be a little bit iffy down up towards X7, and Alu's the one who doesn't have enough to actually invest on his own. So we should see a drop coming in, and again, the buy being invested into. But it won't be absolutely perfect if they do go for it. There definitely will be some weaknesses, and obviously if they lose this round, then at that point they're going to be conceding map point over to NIP. And with this being the map choice of Ents, and especially with Overpass coming up next, then Ents are going to be screwed if they do drop this one. I mean, Overpass is just a map I don't expect them to give us a lot on. It definitely should be NIP's. It's a clear-cut one in my opinion. I was thinking maybe Events could get the victory, as convincing as it was looking to be at one point here on Train, that maybe I could have believed. But if they lose their own map choice, then I'm extremely worried.
Well, that's it. Overpass, not a solid map for them. They've lost it 4 out of 4 times they've played it in the last 3 months. And what's even more concerning is, as I said, these teams played before. Same veto. And NIP bounced back from a 16-10 loss on Train to 16-4. And that doesn't paint a pretty picture at all. It's a little bit too shallow there, ready for someone to be inside the smoke. And as NIP barrel down the ramp, he's blinded, not able to face that until they cross it. Okay, Popsky just making it a bit harder to res. Up in the difficulty, but as Sergey falls, they've got the plant, and again, overrunning a bomb site, leaving Ents locked on the outside. Coming in with 2 pistols to retake. I expect we're going to see Sonny and Alu look to find exits, while the rifle on aerial saves. That's a nice shot. They could go for it now.
I don't know. I don't think they're going to be winning the retake itself. Not a big deal losing the scout, to be fair, because they're not really going to want to keep that in the next round. So as you said, this stick around X7 could as well. It's only really Uriel at this point who does have to save. He's also relatively close, I do believe. Yeah, sticking around Connect, they're able to get one on res. Lots of damage being done at least there. Alu going to retrieve himself an AK and could maybe steal this off away from Twist.
Yeah, he's going to push
forward. Oh, yeah, I was speaking about Twist himself not going forward, but yeah, Alu tries to hunt it down. Twist just goes back off to the bomb site like, nah, this is my safest spot right now. A bomb just exploded there. Surely there's going to be no one around. And he was correct. So the ops carried over. But overall, really good damage towards the end of that round from Ents, but it won't really matter if they don't win out this gun round.
NIP have been doing very well. Like you said, great damage done by Ents in the previous round, but still, with 14 on the board, this is a very domineering terror side. Ents look to recover this. It starts out with Alu again on the AWP, finding himself one aerial, gets the double, the totem pole, coming down in towards Pop Dog, doing nothing. They got shut down. Hello, AWP. And soon to be goodbye, AWP, as Twist gets lit up heavily. Sonny takes him down. Aerial gets over aggressive, and so Rez deals with him, but
1 HP Rez.
He took a little bit of damage in the process.
Just a little bit. I mean, nothing substantial. It's not like he's 1 health or anything. Yeah, damage screwed at this point. Peeks in, a little bit of team damage from Sunny as well. But that one's over. A very commanding, just kind of hold there on the A bomb site once that quick rush came in. Ariel and Alu had 3 kills in the space of like 3 seconds. So that round was pretty much over before it could actually begin for NIP. They tried to take the pace up. You like that they are definitely trying to switch things up, make it a little bit less predictable. But after actually losing that round now, it's only really a few pistols that they can bring into this one. So again, a chance for Ents to start closing in this gap a little bit. They should be finding a 13th round relatively simply. But I never like counting the pistols out. I mean, I feel like every time I do, you just see like 2 instant deagle headshots come in and it's just over.
No, definitely. They can be unpredictable. I think that's the problem with them. While you'll never favor them coming into a round, they definitely have the chance to throw you off guard.
What?
Take the round by surprise. Ents are holding quite long range angles though. Even in towards the B side, it doesn't look like there's any immediate opportunities for NIP to punish the CTs, so it is going to have to be played around their utility and actually creating their own opportunities. The smoke down on the left side of Ivy. Sonny catching himself one, but they're up close already, coming out through Olaf. The spray is good, but Sonny's got a little bit more work to do. Pushing up closer to the pistols. As Lekro finds one, quick flank by Sonny, but he's got a player behind him. Luckily not pushed up close, actually. Rez started to fall back towards the team main side. I think this should be relatively clean. Yeah. Close out. Just 2 players lost. It's not ideal for Ents by any means, but they have enough economy built up that I'm not too worried about it.
Obviously only needing enough for 1 buy in the reserve. Might be a little shaky onto a couple players after they reinvest here, to be sure. With Ariel, he's going to buy down and into 650, Sonny to 1700. They will have enough for Alu to drop a rifle in the next round if they were to lose it, but then he'd probably have to go for this for himself as well, so it wouldn't be perfect. But Ents, they're more so opting on actually winning this round out, of course, because right now their goal is to take this win in regulation for themselves, pick up their own map choice in this best of 3, and then head on to Overpass and do what they can. I think Inferno then is really when they're going to be looking to try and actually close the series out. for the moment, NIP not quite as quick as in that previous gun round attempt, but they are again looking to quite quickly favour on towards that A-bomb site, it does seem.
Ariel loses a bit of HP now, and Cook's back again. They want to push up and find a little bit of Ivy control. Doing so, but allows them to cross to help out on site. This 4-man stack we've seen from them quite a bit. But NIP have already shifted out of main. They've made it up to blue train. I don't think that will be spotted just yet, but as Alu takes Twist out, that's a nice opening to play with. They have plenty of space. Really, the playmaker here could be Rez. He's spotted by Alu, though, and that should pretty much end his hopes of getting 3 kills. Knocked low. Down goes Plopsky, and down go the hopes of NIP taking this round, you would think. Oh, what a shot by Alu.
Rez left alone. Going to be creeping around into the crosshair of Ariel, and despite Ariel being low, he is quick on the reaction. Headshot comes straight in, 14-14 ends. They're able to tie the scoreline back up, and unfortunately with their economy destroyed right now, they may have to just take it easy and try and play overtime in this one, which is definitely achievable. I mean, their T-side overall has looked relatively decent, but we're seeing them begin to kind of pick up the pace again, and similar to what we had in the first half, they had a slow start, but once they kind of start feeling a little bit more comfortable rather with their own economy and aren't too worried about it, they're able to get rolling. And I mean, yeah, a little bit worried here for me. It did seem like they should have had this map at one time. Switch up here though. They're going to try and bring it straight towards B. They've been a little bit too early to actually do any damage. For the moment though, just that one player towards the side of the map playing passively, so there's a very good chance they can get out and at least get that bomb down. Alu came in though.
With the op though, he can only really get the one, then watch for the crossover where he connects a second. Oh, he's stuck again.
What were you saying, Mitch?
And alrighty, that's worked out pretty well. What I meant by that was he can't just stand there and shut them down. You know, if they
know
rush round, they will get out of round, losing 1, maybe 2 players if he gets a collat. But didn't expect him to just be jumping around, finding kills everywhere like that.
I mean, we weren't wrong about them getting the bomb down either. They did. They just unfortunately weren't able to even get a single kill off the back of it. So, yeah, I mean, it helps them obviously in this round. They're not too worried. It's not like damage is a thing. So it didn't really affect the round at all. Really, the bomb plant was their only goal. I was expected a little bit more normally once you actually do get in. You normally have to find that one kill even to actually get the bomb down. But here we go. Full buy coming through. It's not going to be an knock for a knock, unfortunately. So obviously, Alu having a little bit of an advantage in that sense. But overall, a strong investment from NIP for them to try and fight this back into the overtime now.
Well, you could say he's not going to have an op. Yes, it's his name.
Yes.
I'm a funny guy.
I'm acting disappointed, but that's a joke I would make.
I know. Payback. But Answer stacked up here with an early 4-man A-hold. No utility comes over, no presence from NIP, so they decide, hey, let's bail back. Let's play our defaults for now and see what rolls up afterwards. But NIP, they're about to roll on up through Ivy. That's what they want to do, at least. But they'll be facing off against X7, who's had a lights-out hold of this part of the map so far. This time with a more passive spot than what we saw from the previous iteration of an NIP Ivy take, where he was pushed up close. The generator not going to be the first one to come around. No AWP this time, and no body as he gets completely torn apart. X7 mollying out the rest of the players, and that slows it down a little bit, but it does play out as a trade with Ariel falling early on, and that leaves Pop Dog control open as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be actually the full-on split. 3 angles of attack forward that he is at least to come in from. But Sunny is stepping up big time from the brown train right now. Pooping all over them, I guess you could say. That's the 2. Unfortunately, it may not be enough for them, because Rez has actually quickly pulled back a double of his own. But it is left on Alu. If you wanted any player in this position right now, it would be this man. He's been having a fantastic game so far, and could have a chance to actually deny this bomb plant right now. Indeed, steps out, gets that first kill. Lekro up on top of the brown train right now, or rather the green train, my bad. Which isn't currently known, so he's a decent spot to try and hold for this peak, which is coming back in. Alu not expecting it goes down, so a good 1v1 out by Lekro. An overtime for NIP, but a very back and forth round that really could have went either way right there. Unfortunately, just not knowing where Alu was, they maybe otherwise could have planted it a little bit safer.
And on the back of them not knowing where Alu was, he is so damn smart. He could have held the bomb. He knew it was down, could have held it with the AWP, taken them out as they went to get it. Problem is, that comes with a risk. If he misses the shot, they bait it, anything like that, they'll pick the bomb, plant it for connector, and all of a sudden he has to play for the retake and they've got time, post plants, etc. Instead, he lets them pick the bomb up, knowing that when they don't get shot at, they'll think, oh, I can plant safe. for Ivy for main. He's not there. Then swings out, takes the kill. All of a sudden, it's a 1v1, and he's miles ahead. It was a really, really smart play, but obviously you can't expect where that final player is, and as he swung out, it's defined by 20 or 30 HP.
Ariel just got caught there trying to take his Molotov out. Presumed that the player wouldn't repeat the second he went to take his Molotov out. You've seen Res swing back in and just easily finish him off. So that's a big opening here for Nip. Actually got themselves a man advantage to start off this overtime. And again, as we pointed out, this map is so important for Ents. They do need to pick this one up, in my opinion, if they want to actually get the victory in the best of 3. So it's not the ideal start in this round, and it's not really getting any better for them because Alu unfortunately misses that op shot and ends up going down to Plopsky.
NIP taking their time as well. They're hoping Ents make a mistake as time goes by and no further pressure is put on a bomb site. Maybe that's where a push comes through. As of yet, nothing being rewarded. Now, if they decide to go up to B, they'd be in trouble. Obviously, they've gifted past Sergey without realizing. Oh, and the bomb goes back. No, it's back to set up a smoke. No, it's going up for B, isn't it? It is? Oh, this is it. This is Sergey's moment. He hears the steps. He knows they're coming. 3 players around the corner, but they're ready. They knew they hadn't cleared ramp and still being conscious of it. Good awareness by NIP. X7 and a 1v5.
Vincent round, and as we pointed out, what was it, like a few days back when we were covering some games together when we had an overtime, the overtime's only being 10k, especially when you're investing into the ops like you would be on the CT side of trying over and over again. Going into that 3rd round, you can have an extremely weak buy, so if Nip are able to get this 2nd, they could come out with that flawless T side.
I'm not sure exactly. I know we call the other one OT because it's the normal OT. I think we call this one Trash OT. I don't know exactly what we're going with.
We'll go with that, yeah.
It really,
no, I don't think it's trash, but I prefer when you have the money to buy in all the matches.
If I just the moment I see someone saving, I want to cry.
A dark shade casted over the A-bomb site there as Sunny got naded down.
I don't like it. Ariel's taking down with a little bit of aggression, looking to push into main.
Lekro says, let's go.
Let's go. Nope. Hit down to 50 by the molly, but hey, at least still a positive trade overall. Eliminating. Oh man, that spray as well. Ents, they lose a lot of HP on Alu. He was just hiding, waiting for that smoke to fade, looking for an angle, and instead, he almost gets killed.
This is just not going well. Yeah, as you said, you have the damage now that's being connected on top of that initial frag being found. Sunny's looking to push towards Pop Dog and see if he gets something back. Just about being spotted his shoulder there as he almost took down Flopsky. But again, we see someone from Nip actually managing to survive on 1 HP. This is very, very awkward, friends. But I mean, they have 50 seconds, so they do need to get a spot out of soon. They haven't grouped up yet, knowing that they have such a solid advantage in terms of the manpower that they're just waiting for the plays to come in from Ents because they have to force the issue to recover the round. And as they're trying to again, the kills just continue to spiral in favor of NIP. And then the bomb site's falling under their control as well. Oh, this one's over. This is
Satu sama satu. What the fuck, hoki banget.
Very weak buy.
Well, Sergey, a huge clutch. You never know. Again, he's gonna have to save this if they want the M4 because remember, Trash OT. How it works. And with 2 players, 1 HP, I'd love to see him go for much of a lifetime. As Lekro falls, he starts to edge forward. This is an AK behind that he can just pick up. Eddie Cromps faster push and there. Whoops. Okay, maybe a bit far away. Good kill. Popsky knocked low. Oh, Dean, if only it wasn't 10k OT, he might have actually won this round. He might have went for it. Given us a good play.
Yeah, that's another thing. You don't have to stay. I mean, bringing over that 1 rifle is just massive for them because it gives them now 3 in this round. Because Sunny can buy for himself just about. He won't be able to really pull out any nades behind him. Unfortunately, practically just that 1 smoke you're seeing come into play. So it's not the worst buy I've ever seen. With that save, it really did boost it up. Otherwise, it would have been just 1 rifle and then SMGs and maybe that scout on Alu. So yeah, I mean, this helps them out a lot, but it's still not a good buy. I mean, they don't have enough nades either to be stopping these aggressive plays that we've seen from NIP so far. In terms of the actual HEs, they have 1 at this point. They have 1 Molotov as well, which will immediately be thrown out towards main. So it does potentially give them the chance to isolate this fight here against Lekro. But as I say that, Twist just jumps up, snatches away the life of Alu. It's a 5-on-4 already favoring this T side, and again, they just continue picking up all of the openings. The A-bomb site has been overrun, as have Ents, as it's looking like it will be an 18-15 half here. NIP have just, I don't know, they just kicked it up a whole level coming into this overtime.
No, they absolutely did. Now they're on their CT side, though. This is where they've struggled in the past, and an opportunity for ENCE to bring it all the way through. Controlling those first 2 rounds in OT pretty much guarantees you a third. So, although you might look at this and say, oh, well, you know, ENCE, they could have won 3 in a row. It's not like normal OT. Remember, trash OT. So if they win the first 2 rounds, they probably get the third, because then people have no money left. For some reason. That's how OT works, apparently. Rocking in here with the AKs, the full utility, the AWP, not a surprise, you would think, but it is trash OT, so you never know.
Mitch is a little bitter.
I'm very toxic. I mean, it's been like 2 years of this. Just get rid of it, please. It's so pointless. Other OT is fun. I don't know anyone. I've never met a single person that said 10k. Yeah, that's better. I like that. No.
I've seen arguments for it.
I'll fight any man.
I'll fight any woman or child.
Anyone that says 10k OT is better.
Slower round by ENCE right now. The pressure. Okay, that's pretty handy. I mean, the flash comes in, Sergey just spams away, knowing that the Deke is very likely going to follow it up. So that's a big opening now for them to find one that they definitely needed. And considering they have so much time as well, that actually does let them play this slower playstyle a lot more effectively. Because again, NIP, I mean, they may have to try and follow up with some aggression somewhere, or to either even try and find a kill, or else at least get info. I mean, Lekro right now is pushed up in B. He's not really in a position where he can spot the rotations coming in, but they are still taking that 3-man gamble towards A.
A little bit of aggression from Lekro. Hasn't been spotted. Sergey swings to try and deal with him. We're seeing his shoulder, but not able to do so. Lift down to 6. Push the back off. And that concedes B control, and Lekro knows it. No further aggression. He starts to move over towards that A site. Push is coming through from ENCE here as the trades come in on the AWP. Twist good for 1, but Alu keeps on going on that off, and it's all down to Lekro. He was towards B, but hello! He's on the bomb site now. Surprises Sunny. Then Sunny surprises him from the graveyard. The Molotov frag from hell. 16 to 18. ENCE on their way in just one more round, and they'll break the economy. Yes, I said break the economy in OT of NIP.
Yeah, I mean, it's achievable. I mean, if you've seen NIP do it, sure, on their T side, it always means, of course, ENCE can come back and have an equally strong half. Always a possibility. And as you said, with the fact that after 2 rounds, normally the economy for the CT side being destroyed, it is a tough spot to be in. I mean, if ENCE take a bomb site quickly, for example, we would have to see NIP just save it so they can have weapons in the next round. Worst case scenario, though, ENCE just kill everyone, and then they have nothing in the next round to work with. So this one is extremely important right now for NIP if they want to actually close this out right now. And again, ENCE taking this relatively slow, knowing that it is going to be a little bit worse in terms of the nades that come out as well. A lot of them being actually thrown here towards the beginning of the round for NIP. So already utilizing a lot of what they brought into this round with 1 minute and 20 seconds actually left on the clock. So good work by ENCE, not only to make it harder once they actually want to hold the bomb sites, but also just so they have fewer nades if they have to work towards a retake.
NIP here very much starved for any information at the moment. They have no idea where the push is going to come through. The only thing they see is Ivy control. And I don't recall ENCE doing this before. 2 players towards Ivy, and then that late B hit coming through. But NIP still have a 2-man stack on B. Maintaining that position and not rotating after being given away some information. When they spot 2 in Ivy, though, I expect we'll see Knock start to move through. Lots of utility in. Knock now on the way. They're actually completely leaving B. Or they were. They started to shift. And now they're realizing something's up. No one's coming out main. Micro falls. Knock gets the trade, but the flank is on its way. X7 with 1. Looks for Knock. And the spray down was so close to being good enough. But still, they get a bomb plant. They molly it out. Please don't tell me this. Please don't tell me this. Yep.
It has to be.
Trash. Trash, sorry. This is what happens. You know, a 3v3, you could see a retake coming through from LIP. They could attempt it, and to me, that's what OT is about. It's about leaving nothing on the table. You go for every retake. You go for every 1vx, you want to get it done. But instead, we see 2 kills, and then the CTs go, oh, we have no money for the next round.
Yeah, I agree. I think the overtime's to show who's the better team, and I don't think... Well, I mean, you can look at it 2 ways, because managing the economy is also something that you need to do as to be the best team. but also in the overtime, I feel like it is somewhere where you kind of want to just see what they can do when they don't have to. You just want to see them have all the weapons. They've already played a full game of managing the economy and all that sort of things. Now you just want them to go head to head and see who is the better team. And again, I didn't disagree at all with those weapons being saved over for an if they needed to, so they have the full buy here, so it still gives them a pretty good chance to try and close this out. But Ents are doing it. I mean, they might just be able to come back with their own flawless T-side, potentially with that, of course, with that at least bring it into the second overtime and potentially off the back of that get themselves the win, which, as we have stressed a few times already, is a necessity for them in this best of three, especially with Overpass coming up next.
100% Ents need this. Overpass, look, they have the possibility to win it. It's not like it's out of the realm of possibility for a team to come into a map they previously got destroyed on and recover from it. In fact, with this being Ents, I would be surprised if they're as weak on Overpass as they were when they last faced NIP. It was a month ago. They've had a lot of time to improve, and they knew they were playing this team for a couple days now. If they haven't gone back over that, especially with the veto going down exactly the same way, I would be very surprised. So I expect a better Ents when it comes to Overpass, like we've seen a better NIP when it comes to Train. But still, you do want to get your map pick in just so you don't have to take that gamble. Because at the same time that Ents will have improved, I'm sure NIP's Overpass isn't identical to what it was a month ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Things definitely could have changed. If Ents are, again, willing to let it through in this series, you would also hope that they've definitely put a bit of preparation into it specifically for that matchup. So I don't want to count them out. That's why I was saying, especially if they could get the win here on Train, then I believe that maybe it's a possibility and that they could at least maybe make it competitive. But this has been an extremely close one so far, and this is one that I was expecting Ents to have, not easily, but to look a lot better for them than it is overall right now. I mean, Nip has been shaky definitely at moments, but it's kind of, both teams have their points of control in the map. Right now, this B push coming in a very passive hold from the CTs, so they're going to, at this point, somewhat conceding the bomb plant, but they are still dealing out damage. Eventually, Lekro just gets destroyed there by the headshot from Aerial, so that gives them the opening that they need now. They can plant that bomb, they have a comfortable advantage for themselves, and they have a relatively aggressive afterplant once again to try and keep on the lane these CTs from being able to push back in, but that's a big opportunity. Rez opens up this flank now.
I love this positioning here from Sergey and Aerial. I mean, he finds one start. The back off. There's Aerial's chance to swing through. Although he misses the shots on Plopsky, it works perfectly. Grabbing those sprays, Sergey in with another, and as the final CT walks down the ramp, he dies, confirming that we're reaching another overtime. Another 10k overtime. But Ents maintain their chances. This is what I was talking about. When you win those first, well, it doesn't work out exactly the same. I said when you win your first two, the third one is guaranteed. In this case, by winning the first one and finding 2 kills, they guarantee themselves that round because then NIP saved for the final. But essentially, this overtime feels like you need to win 2 out of 3 instead of in order to get the 3 rounds because of how the economy plays. And with Ents now rocking through with their 18, they'll start on the T side, giving them the chance to repeat the success that we've seen in most of their buy rounds. Hopefully follow through with a better suit than what we've seen in those GG wins.
Yeah, it's Ents now who actually get the opportunity to start off on the T side as well. So if they can manage to come out with another flawless T side and actually be the ones who have that control for themselves and are the ones feeling a lot more comfortable going onto their CT side, then obviously they'd have a really good opportunity to close it out. We've seen it from Nip as well, but I feel like it would probably be a little bit better for Ents considering this is their map choice. I think at that point they can feel a little bit more set in stone. But X7, I mean, he's not going to be taking his time at all. Straight down Pop Dog. Rez not realizing, steps in and immediately gets dropped, and that gives a pretty big opening. I mean, they aren't going to follow up on it. They are just going to slow things down, not knowing if it could have been a bit of an A-stack potentially early on in the round. So just looking to see if they can capitalize off that pick, and that's a very nicely placed Molotov as well. Knock actually just wants to stay and fight in it. That's going to bring him down to 15, but he gets the kill. That's a ballsy play.
Continued push up by Plopsky as well. He's got right up close to team main. And as Ents move back to look in towards that A bomb site, this could be NIP pulling off their end. The thing is, the smoke they've thrown in aggressively kind of gives away the fact that team main is likely compromised, if not for those close range angles. Ents are going to be quite careful, cautious as they move on forward. With 45 seconds left, they're pretty much forced into committing towards this site. Their utility used up the flash out, gets Plopsky and the frag. Now a man advantage as they look to finish off here, but the CTs are already on the rotate.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Nip do have decent positioning, especially with Twist. They're posted up on Ivy. He gets the one man who was pushing through that position, so now they can all put their focus over towards main. And with Knock finding the head there of X7, suddenly it's all onto Ariel and Alu to save the day. The double A combo. You have a couple of smokes in play. The first one being tossed down over towards Ivy, and Alu in the meantime has found himself a pick. And with Knock being tagged down, they've recovered pretty well. That's a bit unfortunate. Above the smoke, Knock spots the shoulder. Now it's all on Ariel. They know he's on the bomb site. Twist doesn't care. He's just sprinting over. There it is, the headshot. Overkill a little bit, but they just wanted to make sure. NIP able to find the opening round again in the overtime. This time, though, clawing their way back into it after a poor start.
Picking up that CT round is so valuable for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see that in the last overtime, so that's a whole change.
Exactly. And indeed, in the majority of their buy round CT side, they were struggling. Also, I like that it says here under the best of 3. You're not using the custom HUD, but we are on stream, so we can see it says first to 22, which is a weight off my shoulders if we end up in the. I've seen like an 8 overtimes, and at that point you're like, wait, 30, 31, 32. You're like, what's the number?
Yeah, like you don't reach it often enough.
Yeah.
Everything else you know from experience, it just is top of your mind. But when it's a high one, you have to start counting them back. But I mean, that's a decent find from Plopsky initially. Unfortunately, Alu immediately was ready to follow up the op, and that's something Ents have been kind of willing to do throughout their T side so far. We've seen it even towards the beginning, where Alu doesn't really mind if he has a teammate going out first and going down. As long as they get the win for one trade, they're very happy. But Twist comes back with one. Lekro on that flank as well. Going to be able to drop Sergey, and with that now make this very difficult because they have to be extremely worried about pretty much everywhere around this A-bomb site. Trapped in around Ivy, trapped in around Sandwich. Make it just now Sandwich because it's all on Alu. NIP looking like they will get their second here on the T side, on the CT side already. Fortunately, when you're on the D side, the buy is not quite as bad. Obviously, you don't have to have quite as much money to get that full investment now, so still seeing all right investment from Ents, but they will have a couple weaknesses. So this is a great opportunity for NIP to make the 3-round half happen here now on the CT side, and if they could just get 1 on the T side, I mean, they got 3 last time, so it's a scary spot for Ents.
This absolutely is. It's going to be a lot of pressure on them moving into the next one. NIP have done a phenomenal job taking up 20. And as Ents move into their very important T round, they've got to be walking away with this one. What a way to start it. Alu on a double opening towards the A-bomb site. There's no one left here. The rotate through. Ooh, the shot just barely missed, but he follows through eventually. Don't give him 2 chances. He rarely misses that second time. And now Knock is left alone, no 1v5. This round, I don't know whether we say it's won by Ents or won by Alu.
God, Alu. God.
I think his teammates right now are like, man, that was all you. He's not having a good time with the Molotovs though. He tried to push in the connector, ran back out and ended up in another Molotov. He is alone, so he needs the ace clutch right now, which is not going to happen. Obviously, can't save it. It's the final round of the half, so moving in and then getting taken down by Sunny. A good recovery by Ents to at least get the 1 round there for themselves, and I mean their CT did look pretty decent, was pretty strong rather overall back on the during the regulation. At least once they had the economy going, we seen towards the middle of obviously on both halves we seen Ents have poor starts, but they did start picking it up once they actually had their own money going. So I'm hoping that we can still have a competitive one here. But NIP, I think they're feeling really happy after getting the 2 rounds there on the CT for themselves.
Roll on into another OT half, but this one could be the defining one. NIP solid on their T side thus far. They need to find 2 where previously they found 3. It seems like a fairly simple task, but may not play out that way. Good nades down early on. Ariel double naded and Pop Dog to 32 health. Not having a good time whatsoever, and holding up here is no longer really possible with that low HP. If they were to totem pole down, so stand on each other's head and drop, it's very unlikely that he wins that duel. Even just on RNG falling spray, they probably take him down.
Certainly not a good start. A relatively slow round from NIP. I'm trying to remember back, but I think we were seeing lots of the quicker rushes from them back on their T side. Right now, just favouring mostly towards the A side of the map. I mean, completely towards the A side of the map, actually. A couple players now setting up those smokes to throw over main. Looking like they might want to even smoke Pop Dog off, I believe, which, considering it has been a position that Ens's been playing pretty constantly, it is a good idea for sure, but not the case right now. A little bit of a switch up on the actual setup here for Ents. Two players in towards Hell, which is an interesting position, working together to watch the Ivy and Sandwich push, but the issue is they avoid that area of the bomb site. They're able to just go on towards the bomb site itself and find Sunny. He drops instantly. They go ahead and clear up behind Green, realizing there could be a player there, but they may not expect a second. I don't think he's been spotted yet. Or has he? No, apparently not. Yeah, free kill on Rez.
Time ticks away. Ents really need to go for this. Got money for the next round. As Sergey picks one, but the trade back. A lot of work to do. Time not on their side. They've only got the one kit to play with. Sergey moves forward. Another spray is his. With a jump, it gives them the angle to take him down in the air. And Alu, just with the op, wants to go and save now. The money isn't amazing for the next round. They've got to have something in reserve to op the most expensive weapon. That is Ninjas in Pajamas on 21 rounds. They now need to win one of the next two to bring this to map number 2 with a map advantage. Ents' best possible outcome is another overtime. But they've made it happen in the past. This time, though, it's on the CT side where they've struggled before. This is a pretty big ask for them to win 2 in a row.
For sure. I mean, it's certainly doable. If they win this one, then the economy will be a little iffy. I mean, Lekr will be low on nades. He could probably just get dropped though by knock if they wanted to. So indeed, they are going to have to come out on top of the 2 gun rounds. But as I said, their CT side during regulation was relatively decent. They tried something different there with that double stack towards green, and it did not work out. So they're going back to something a little bit more standard. And they at least managed to find that 1-for-1 trade there as Lekr peeked out A main. But I mean, it's been said time and time again, I don't want to repeat it, but a 1-for-1 trade is something that the T side are going to be just that little bit happier with. And that nade stack as well, the second one follows up. Sunny's dropped to 25. Times are looking dark right now for Ents.
Yeah, absolutely are. NIP with a 4v4 can take things wherever they want. Ents have given up a lot of control down towards that B bomb site, with Sergey being alone there, far back with a molly, ready to stop them if they do decide to blitz on down. And he throws it now with 50 seconds left to allow Sunny to get into position. They think this is going to be a B hit, but that read isn't quite as accurate as you would hope. As NIP have the bomb outside of the A bomb site. One player tucked in Ivy as well, starting to move forward. That's Knock with an AK, and he's about to take a fight versus X7. He shifts forward, not yet spotted, but his barrel's shown, and a pre-fire there from X7. Good for the kill, but Twist trades back, takes down Alu, one of the highest impact players and so far. Looking now to X7, spotted over towards Ivy, and they're going to just plant open for him. The smoke will obscure it for now, and a 2v3 that Ents have to win if they want to take this map, but they lose X7, and it's all down to Sunny.
Kalah, kalah.
On his own to save the day, and with that nade stack having tagged him up previously, there's not really a lot that can be done. He was pinned and popped up.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Well, Overpass now on the cards. That's what we're looking to in front of us between Dignitas and Fnatic. Plenty of questions, though, as Dignitas did push Fnatic to overtime in the first map of Train, and Train does go in the way of Fnatic. So, after all of that, we get to pick back up, start over here on the map of Overpass. And just a couple of questions coming in here. I'm going to start to direct them towards you, Hugo. But before we do that, I just want to give some breaking news. That has broke in the middle of that last game. Actually, it is that Kassad is no longer with the 100 Thieves, and that is a very interesting talking point by itself. After extensive discussions, we mutually agreed to part ways with our Cisco head coach Kassad. We appreciate his work with the squad over the past few years and wish him nothing but the best in his future endeavors.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I think that's quite the blow for 100 Thieves, and I think for Kassad, if you're an org, right, you got to be eyeing him up, because you look at what he was able to do with that 100 Thieves squad, right, in both of his tenures there, and he is a remarkable coach. So, I imagine we're not going to see him orgless for very long.
Yeah, and we definitely won't be seeing... Well, we'll talk about that later. That's orgless. For this matchup, at least, I want to start to talk a little bit about the T sides of Dignitas. What do we think in terms of them strategically speaking, Hugo?
For Overpass, I actually don't know, because we've only seen them play this map twice.
Well,
one of them was versus Fnatic. They got blown out of the water. They weren't able to put up rounds there at all. They got 3 in the entire map. And so really, I'm not holding out for this. I was impressed by Dig on the first map. They look really good again on the least play. The least play one for Fnatic, obviously. One less map played on Train than Vertigo. Now they're level-headed. But either way, yeah, I'm really holding out for a 2-0 here. If Dig managed to put up a 10-round fight, I'll be impressed on Overpass.
Do we think that Dignitas has a stronger CT side than their T side overall?
I mean, I really couldn't, like, especially not in, like, within the realm of Overpass.
Well, not just Overpass, okay. I'm talking, like, overall.
As a whole, I don't know, like, because CS meta is kind of dictated in a way now where, like, maps have started to feel a bit more T-sided, right? I think one thing that lends itself well to the likes of Dig, I almost called them NIP, that's still something I'm trying to get myself out of the mindset of. Is that, like, even if you think about when they, like, made their historic runs with this squad back in the day, like, when they had that 87-0, the CS meta's changed a hell of a lot. And you look at what teams like Astralis have done, and how there's even more of an emphasis on things like utility. Well, I feel like we've been seeing more and more of that from Dig as we've seen them play. Their utility usage has been great, and I think over on CT sides, they've utilized things like nade stacks, splash pushes really, really well. So, I would like to think that heading into Overpass, they can bring the heat. I like to think that they can step it up here in the server. I want to see a good fight, and we don't have to wait long before we get to see it. Dig starting on the CT side of Overpass.
I think if anything, that's a worry. Fnatic's T side is so good, and they have such a pace, but letting them start where they can dictate said pace on this half is going to work out very well for Fnatic. You would think Get Right has other ideas.
And there's a shiner of a shot, even a sapphire of a shot onto Flusha. But now it's going to be up to Fnatic. They're going to gain complete connector control. Maybe try to pressure someone this A site. Waiting and lie in wait, at least, exist. Now he finds himself pretty close up here, but already a rotation's come in.
Yeah, 3 on this top site. Once that third player does make it up from heaven, Brolin is going to be leading the charge here. Always good for those opening kills, but right now it's Exist to find the first on this site. Fnatic down by 2 in the round, and they've got 3 to deal with. It's a fair fight on the A site. That's not what you want as a T, but Crims is making the best of a bad situation. JW hits a flick, and now he's in a clutch. Now he's in a very winnable clutch. A single bullet will connect, and it's on to Get Right on the flank.
Holy smokes, what a shot there to keep this round alive. JW 1v1 with Get Right. He's going to try to grab this bomb right around the dice box, and he's going to grab a USP in the process. Finds out that Get Right is just not that far away. And on his egress, he's trying to get out of sight. He wants to get this bomb planted at the very minimum, but can't win the fight with Get Right. Decides to stick around on the A site, and that's going to prove to be a big problem. Dignitas pick up a pistol.
Yeah, B was an option there, but the way JW throws that smoke is so that Get Right can only see the cross towards CT. He can't see the cross back towards Truck. So JW, he tries to double fake it. He tries to bait Get Right into thinking he's dropped lower. But Get Right quick on the the trigger, and 3 kills in the round off the USP. Excellent work. JW, honestly, this shot, bang. I mean, you don't even realize he got it. And with 1 bullet left, even closes out the kill as well. Not the round, however. It's Dignitas to start things off strong.
Yeah, and he sticks around for that fight, which is, you know, kind of a curious thing. He drops the smoke. You think maybe he's going to get away, but that's just not how it works out. Now Halzerk, with an SMG, is going to push up close. He's going to make Fnatic pay for it.
Yeah, actually, they want nothing to do with it. They'd rather just leave, and that's probably a good decision. Mid being lost by the side of Fnatic, JW holding on to it. But it's only Glocks. Fnatic already probably talking about that follow-up round. And, well, it will come sooner than maybe they desire with a spray-down monster. Get right, throwing his gun out, trying to make sure nothing is given to Fnatic. And that is still going to be the case. JW is late from middle, and there is no one here. Dig will hear him from the connector, and Exist should have the drop.
Yeah, B hopping around on burst. Probably would have felt a lot better in 1.6, but here, I think it's still a work in progress for a lot of people. Bursting Glock shots. It does feel very satisfying when you land it. I will admit that.
Yeah, the one in like 90 shots with the burst Glock you get to take. Maybe when it connects, it feels good. I wouldn't know. I haven't had that happen. So, yeah, you know, it's not something that we see used a hell of a lot. Molotov to try and stop this fast park play, but Brolin just goes right through it and now looks to extend a bit of control into mid. Already we're seeing some of this nice utility coming out from the Dig side to find some early damage and chip away from Fnatic. Fnatic setting up with a very, very heavy presence down here towards B. Brolin is the only man up towards the A side of the map. And he does start to have Crims peeling on back, looking to join him over here in mid. Even seeing Golden move away. And so, yeah, it looks like they faked B early on in this round. And I don't think we're going to see them commit to this, right? That bomb's starting to rotate away. They've seen so many smokes, they've seen so much utility coming out of this B site that they're pretty happy with the attention they've drawn down towards it, and they do leave players here. Now, a bit of a spanner in the works is Halzerk, who's gone aggressive and caught a great timing on this monster push. Golden, not going to be ready for that, offers himself up. And right now, all the kills going in favor of Dig. This was a bonus round attempt from this CT side, and they might be about to go flawless.
Yeah, Fnatic are running a very loose first rifle round here where everyone's kind of split up, and that's why things aren't going their way. Trades have not been found, and Dignitas' off angles and positions have netted them a lot of kills. The toilets, the monster push, all very helpful here for Dig to get in position.
Still, in a 2v4, odds are stacked against Fnatic. Brolin's going to work his way up to sandbags, and he's there by his lonesome. However, with the bomb, it's going to be that a flush joining in from Monster. Brolin good for 1, but doesn't matter. Big Bad Freiburg comes through with a double. And that's going to be a round up on the board for Dignitas. And for the money situation, Fnatic, it's grown a bit weary.
Yeah, we should see a 4-0 here, and that's really impressive, right? When we look at the last games that Fnatic have played on this map, I mean, their last 3 matches, they beat Astralis, they beat Mousesports, they beat FaZe, you know, all 16-11 or 16-12 wins, so not exactly super competitive either, which is so impressive for Fnatic. So Dig have got their work cut out for them, but right now, they're doing a good job, looking like the 4-0 lead potentially, and Fnatic yet to get around on the board. AW beats one Molotov mid, but not the other. And how's that going to need it as well, just to keep them back and find some flush of mainly getting tagged actually on B. So that grenade really offers up nothing for Dignitas, and they're going to fall back passively to the site, giving Fnatic the room in middle, but
really just steal a round away. Gonna smoke out Halzerk, who had a pretty good spot. He's only able to shift a little to the right, and that gives him a bit of a one-way here. That smoke's gonna fade.
Oh, they try and boost over, and JW did get tagged there. It goes through both pieces of wall at the divider. That was always the connection for Halzerk the second time around, but these pistols have gotten close over towards the toilet side. That's something that Fnatic are going to be feeling happy about, but now they've got to try and break through this defense, and that one flashbang that they had gets thrown in. in. They don't find any kills on the back of it. In fact, they all come up in favor of the Dig squad. Flusher now brought down, and Halzerg there to solidify the round victory for Dig. It is a flawless round, money made here for the CT squad. Feeling happy about how these last three have gone down. And now the reinvestment in from Fnatic again. And I don't think we're going to see that kind of loose style coming on in. Hugo mentioned it, right? Heading into that first rifle round, it was very, very loose. They had like a bit of a default attempted to get taken. And then it kind of felt like, you know, there was a bit of like... I don't want to say indecisiveness, because I don't really think there was ever much of a plan from the offset, right? I think it was just to hold the default, and as they get caught trying to rotate away from B, Halzerg catches that great timing. And so that's something that Fnatic can't afford to have happen again, and they know it. So it will just be spreading out early on, taking this default once more, and this time they get a good result from it. They catch Halzerg on his aggression down towards short side. At this point, Fnatic now sitting a man up. They can kind of go back to the drawing board and reevaluate how they want to approach this round in a 5-on-4.
Yeah, and you can already see the change, right? Right there is Fnatic. Instead of focusing on just spreading out and looking for kills, great shot from Crims firstly, but Fnatic focus on taking an area of the map and using a lot of players to do so. Flashes up for Crims, lets him get into B short, a point of contention, a point where Dig want to fight back, and they will be as well, inside of the B bomb site with their first kill. freiburg holding his own on his own, and he needs to get more done, but Golden gets a quick trade, and Exist is left in a clutch. Grenade could kill the in-game leader of Fnatic, and he's the one going for the plant as well. So if Exist considers it, that could... certainly spice things up, but it's going to come in a bit late. Bomb planted already. Even with that grenade kill, Exist might be considering saving.
Yeah, you have to applaud what Fnatic was able to pull off there. They draw so much attention towards that water side and, you know, the bottom of connector that, well, before they know it, it's Fnatic running all the way up Monster and shooting them a bit inside and off guard. Either way, yes, this is a save round for Exist and Dignitas. Have that AK going in the next round. Plenty of money, too. They'll be able to buy again. But for Fnatic, rather, will have their first round on the board. 4-1.
Very accurate sound effects there.
Yeah. I'm loving what we're seeing out of freiburg in these games. Like, he's really looking quite good, right? Like, that round there, it felt like there was a moment where he could have got it back under control. He just lands that, like, phenomenal one tap onto the player in Monster. I was thinking, like, is this where he just locks it all down? But no, he does get bested. I absolutely love like the kind of like Dig players in the sense that I'm with the Fnatic guys. Like, these are all people who do just love Counter-Strike. Like, you think about freiburg as an individual, he actually had a chance where he could have gone into like an analyst role at one point. You'll remember like back in Katowice, he was doing a lot of analyst work there.
I think he did a Malma and a Cologne, actually.
Yeah, so you know, he had the chance to kind of do that, and he's someone who's very eloquent and can talk about Counter-Strike, but he is just someone who loves the nature of competitive CS, right? So much that he wants to be involved playing it, not standing on the sidelines. And that's kind of true for a good few of the Dig guys. Like, you know, you can bet that, like, you know, they could have just streamed, they could have just, you know, taken up like a managerial role. They could have done anything. That's the thing, right? There's a lot that they could have done, and yet they still dedicate their time to honing their craft in the server and trying to become a competitive squad with this new Dig lineup.
Oh, who would
say new? Yeah. It's actually like an old lineup, but you know, a new look for these guys being back together again. And in this round, they've taken an advantage. Get Right opening up with a kill onto Brolin. Now Fnatic setting up outside of the B bomb site, but Dig have got 4 players here. They've read this to a T, and it's going to be hard for Fnatic to put up the numbers to get them in. But Flusher and Golden do feel up to the task. Exist is just going to hide for the time being, waiting for Halzerg to get into position to help him out.
Now, Halzerg with his AWP is going to have to go for this fight through Heaven. In the meantime, Exist falls. They don't exactly know where Halzerg is, but a probably good indication that he has that AWP. So Heaven, certainly a nerve-wracking point. They're going to hear him drop for sure. That's going to bring Flusha back from the sandbags. Now, Halzerg's going to walk right in here. If he finds one, that would go a long way. Don't think that he saw the barrel of the guy at Monster, and he didn't. It was Golden. And gets the last frag of the round. 2 on the board for Fnatic.
Yeah, I like the
Simply saving them forward avoids giving NIP another kill on their Mach 10, for example. Moving in towards the B site quite quickly, and I can't help but think it looks like they're going for another exit, and it's Twist that they'll face. He's got the Mach 10, and there's a kill onto Ariel. Granting the frag, plus losing their UMP. That doesn't seem like a very worthwhile risk.
No, I'm guessing he didn't realize that he was going to be gone onto the bomb. I wasn't really sure either. Didn't have Kevlar though, obviously, so extra damage being done. He does fall. The SMG isn't saved over. I guess his goal there was to get that one kill with the UMP. If he had of, then adding another 600 to his buy here would have really helped out, because obviously he could have gone for the nade and a flash if he wanted it, or maybe even pulled out himself a kit and a flash alongside the Molotov and the smoke. So it definitely would have helped them out a bit. I don't think it's the biggest deal since they are looking to just come onto the full rifle buy, which is the case. They have the Galil helping out a little bit. But this round here is also one that NIP could use to really begin to build up this lead massively early on. They've kept the one Mach 10 on Lekro. They're looking to favour on towards B. And it does seem like a little bit of a read is definitely being had here for ENCE, because they were able to get aggressive around mid early on. They didn't spot anyone out. They've got 3 players back towards B already. Almost getting caught, going for the boost, and it does cost them in the end. B is just gone. That's a save. Right now, that save has to be called for. I don't want to see anyone pressing W if it's in the direction of that B bomb site.
It lined up for Knock as well, because they'd been boosted as the player on top fell back. They were perfectly in line. Lekro came around the corner to finish one off with the Mach 10, which is even better, getting that extra little bit of cash. Now upgrading to an M4, and an overwhelmingly positive start for NIP in this round. ENCE caught with their pants down on that B side. Man, oh man, this is not how you wanted it to start out for ENCE. After such a close train, we saw NIP obviously being confident enough on that map, but we know that overpass is where they come in with a big advantage. And the reason that coming into the start of this series we're saying NIP are the favored team is because if you look at this situation realistically, obviously there's a lot of unknowns. We don't know how much ENCE have practiced this map since they last played, how much they've looked over the demo or over NIP's previous overpasses, yada yada. But just from what we do know, ENCE would have to win the first map and the third map. Overpass is a hugely favored one for NIP. Whereas when you look at Train, it's not insanely favored towards ENCE. We saw NIP put up a good fight in it last time. We know they're capable of playing it. The final map of Inferno serves as a mid-ground, so NIP have got that upper hand in the veto, which is why even outside of recent results you would give them the upper hand in the game.
Alright, Erez. Right through the flame. Doesn't care apparently. He actually still gets the kills. A little bit risky if he had it went down. Potentially there could have been a rifle. His teammates though did quickly extinguish those flames so that they could try and follow up and be sure to actually help him out. What the hell? Alu able to get 2. Sunny and Sergey fragging as well. Suddenly Twist is left alone. That was a very quick turnaround there from ENCE, and it was the damage that had been done. Res was already really low. A couple players got dinked up quick as well, and then they all just came in and peeked together and just mowed them down. Twist is backed away. Is running over towards A, and I mean if he finds this player up close and long, it's Alu who's already tagged up, so there's definitely a chance for him to win this 1v1 and then get the bomb planted, especially if he can do it clean without losing any health. Then he should have a very good opportunity to play out that 1-on-2. Oh, but Alu, he's taking a strong spot if he's playing up close. It may not be expected. Oh, looking like he will check it. Unfortunately, not quick enough with the reactions. A first round being found from ENCE, a really good round for them to pick up as well, considering they had very little investment. But yeah, I mean, that's a tough one for NIP. They can rebuy at least. I was gonna say, I was gonna agree with your point, obviously, if this one's not being a great map for ENCE, and I still do agree with that. I was gonna say, at this point, I'm not even religious, but I'm gonna pray for them, because, as you said, it was Train that they needed to pick up. It's Inferno as well, then, that I was thinking that they would have had the chance to close the series out on. Coming into this one, we were saying, okay, yeah, Overpass is gonna be quite straightforward. But, I mean, events can step up like that, then who knows? They can definitely put up a fight, potentially prove us wrong, and show us a map number 3 where they'll be back in the running to get that win for themselves. But they have to overcome another actual gun round here. No op this time for it, but they do have the rifles, plenty of nades.
Four mollies still in play with the 1 minute 20 on the clock. NIP have got a bit of control down towards the connector, and they'll look to split up towards A based on that bomb position. Aldu has fallen back to the bomb site after an early long hold, and this is something we've seen from ENCE in the previous time these guys played. Alu holding on the corner. You've got Sergey up close. With no flashes left, it's unlikely on Alu. It's unlikely Sergey goes out for any wider peeks in towards long, or at least that would be a risk. Probably not worth taking. But as Alu spots them, now he can start to edge up and look to hunt them down. Nobody peeks out afterwards. There's always the possibility that NIP are currently falling back. And a rotate even coming up towards this A bomb site. Nip have been read like a book. They're going to be in trouble as they move forward with Sunny and Alu holding the site, and Sergey still undetected on long.
This is going to be very difficult for them to overcome. Okay, that was a quick headshot from Rez. Fortunately, that long player, as you said, right up close, is able to get one. Not really expecting Sunny to still be around the bomb site either after already dealing with a player, so he's able to actually delay that bomb plant for quite a few seconds. But it is going to eventually go down. That's a really nice Molotov. Lekro ends up going down to 26. This is given just so much time for Ents to set themselves up. I mean, there's only 8 seconds left on the clock. They have to try and get that bomb down, and it's pretty much no longer possible. It's not at this point. Gonna push in for the kill and see if he can stay alive, but Knock, unfortunately, not able to live. Goes down to X7. Another round goes over to Ents, and they had a very good read there, having that 3-man A stack, and Nip just had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, they show themselves early on long, right? And then nothing else afterwards. Ents in that position could easily take that to B, movement back into connector, down maybe to B, but they take the gamble with a little bit of control they had down towards that B bomb site that this was going to be NIP hitting the A side, and it pays off tenfold, even with Sunny only finding 1 kill and being traded out immediately afterwards. They closed out with relative ease. Great nades as well coming down here. NIP have already lost 1 player to Aerial, a second. And sadly, he's taken it afterwards, but it is only the UMP, so it's not the worst to give over towards that T side. In fact, you'll see Nox still playing with the Deagle.
Yeah, no longer. Quickly dropped by X7, trying to ensure that there's not going to really be too much damage that NIP can output in this round. Not having a lot of investment. If they do get 1 more kill, I think he'd be pretty happy, but it's not really fault. Obviously, with his Deagle looking to see if he could follow up, and there certainly was the opportunity there. As Sergey had to fire off a few bullets before getting the headshot himself, but he's able to live, as are the majority of the Ents players, meaning only Aerial has to reinvest here and has plenty of money to do so. Not really having any left over, but overall the economy is beginning to look pretty strong for Ents, so this is a solid start. This isn't really what I was expecting, and it kind of comes down to that round where NIP, knowing they were up against a weaker investment, decided rushing through a Molotov towards Monster was a good idea. I do still think that was a pretty big misplay, but I mean, they're back on the buy here at least. They would Galil being the only real weakness, apart from maybe Rez lacking some nades, but overall this is a decent investment, and they need to start picking it up again.
A good nade here by Sergey. He's been on point with them, although only doing a little bit of damage. It did look like it would do a whole bunch more. Counter-strike and nades, what can you do? And Ents are going to be very happy to find those early rounds. I mean, building up to a 3-3 scoreline is fantastic for them. You can see the confidence already oozing out as they start to go in for a long push here on A.
How's it going, guys? My name is Umbrell, and it's time to release a new edition of How Not to Suck at CSGO. Rifles in CSGO, they will immediately realize that rifles don't work like they do in other shooters. What makes Counter-Strike so special is the fact that each rifle has its own unique recoil patterns, which are 100% learnable. Now, please do not confuse recoil with bullet inaccuracy. Recoil is the backward momentum of a gun when it's discharging bullets. Crouching and moving does not decrease or increase the recoil. Bullet inaccuracy determines how much your bullets will spread depending on a number of factors. Inaccuracy is completely random. Crouching, movement, and range all affect the bullet inaccuracy. Knowing the difference between these two is important. More on that later.
But with that
Faster
bomb being
by
retrieved
Oletic
in just a second
range,
by
you can
Knock,
see
it
the
is
current
looking
gun
to be an A
selected
hit.
and its respective
But again,
inverse
zero
spray pattern.
information,
Inverse
40
spray
seconds
pattern
left.
is
They
the
do have to
opposite
start making a
movement of the
move
gun's
forward. They've
recoil.
only
We're
gotten
going to
one smoke to push into this side as well.
Take a
Things
look
are
at the
not
control
looking
panel
good.
and familiarize
Sergey's
yourself
pushing
with
by
the
himself.
set.
This could be very dangerous, and Twist wins the duel.
Spots the second player there as well with that jump. I mean, they had a very good setup playing the anti-flash initially, but as you said, that push coming in, it's given a potential opportunity for NIP to open up that bomb site. Again, though, it's Alu who steps up when it's needed, finds himself the double kill. But unfortunately, if they lose that long player, as Alu goes down as well, the chances begin to fall. But look at that from Aerial, a massive double, and it's all onto Twist. They know where he is. X7 just pops up and ends this round. Again, very, very...
Target enabled. We're going to split the AK into 4 parts. To make it easier, the first part will be the first 9 bullets, the second part will be the next 6, third is 5.
Back and forth right up until the last month, and I thought they were going to. I mean, this is a very solid start. I feel like that...
We put them on the map anyways. I mean, for NIP giving that away, it's going to be a little bit of a tilting factor, but just where their economy has been at since then hasn't been ideal. They got the one buy and then they're constantly suffering. You saw as they push, blocking off one angle and pushing aside. And at the end of the day, Ents now have got that momentum built up. They're starting to get their confidence. When you come in onto a map where you were previously demolished, they've already got as many rounds as they did last time they played NIP here. And then you're granted these rounds. You win ecos. I mean, we all know it ourselves from winning them. And when you find those, oh, that is an absolute, as you said, it lights a fire under you. It puts you ahead. You're in first gear. You're ready to roll. And Ents certainly have been rolling so far. Facing up against a full buy again, but still NIP suffering from the lack of money with very limited utility.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded if they were willing to maybe just take a half buy and ensure that they'd be coming into a strong win in the next, get the op out and such for knock. But again, they have the basics that they need to work with here with them so far. They've been keeping these rounds at least close time and time again. But I mean, Ents have got themselves into the lead. They're looking pretty decent overall. They're starting to build up some money, and if they are able to win out this round, then at that point, NIP without a bomb plant that he's would have to take the eco that time around. So let's see. I mean, they're looking to try and focus around mid. We have a relatively aggressive stance from the CTs, to be fair. The smoke is down towards the bathroom, so Sergey isn't really going to look to stick around and fight this for too long. Instead, taking a slightly more passive angle, and you also see the player who was up close on long also falling back. That being Alu with the op. He was just hoping to find one and then retreat, but realizing at that point, obviously, that they could have got through bathrooms. So I would say a slightly better setup. They can help each other now off of this one, but still, Sergey, he's about to be peaked, and at least immediately there's not going to be a chance for that follow-up from Alu. We'll eventually jump up and spot them as they come out of the bathrooms. A nice peek to take down Lekro. Knows the second has managed to make his way around the flames as well, but now he's being pushed down on long, but he's still managing to find the frags and actually just sprints back out. I don't know what that was exactly, but they still have a man advantage at least.
They push out though, the Galil of Res connecting quite a bit of damage. He's stuck behind default. In comes Twist for one. He's got time to play with. Low HP on Sunny. Heads up, nice gap in that smoke. Sunny pushing forward. Shouldn't be good in that duel. He gets taken down. The bomb being stuck though, and Twist doesn't suspect it. Big brain plays by Ariel and 5-3, and off saved as well. What a round to win.
Yeah, it was a nice try, but at that point he kind of just had to take the gamble that they were not going to be sticking at that. As soon as he got that first kill, that he would have hopped off the bomb. Wasn't the case. Balls of steel from Ariel. As you said as well, the op being saved over for Alu, also a nice find, helps them to actually grow the economy a little bit, considering it did only come down to one player surviving. They didn't really get a chance to. But the bomb plant came down for NIP, so they're able to get another buy-in. But again, I mean, Ents, they're surprising me with his performance on Overpass, and I suppose it does make some sense. As we said, the fact that they led it through in the series, you'd hope that they had put a good bit of time actually preparing this one, realizing that it very likely was going to be in play.
Alu's been on fire in the previous map, and he starts it out the same in this one. Good flick by Sergey, straight onto the head of Plopsky. This is getting worrying now. Trades even coming in whenever they do find a kill. NIP behind by quite a bit in this round, and as the bomb is retrieved, where can it possibly go? They have no access to any part of this map. They're going to have to pop off with some really solid duels. Smoke, 2 flashes, and a molly, all that remain for this 2v4.
I don't fancy their chances, especially with Lekro already being tagged up. Smoke down to replenish the one that was towards Monster as well, so running down even further on the clock at this point. I mean, it's not completely against them, but once they do go forward, there's already X7 and Sunny up. That was a weird one out of Monster though. I'm really not sure how Knock managed to get that kill. X7 took quite a while to react. Not really costing them too much though. Again, the time just continues to go down. A Molotov as well now being put in place. There's still a little bit of utility. There's a smoke for Sunny actually. He's rotated back around though, so I don't think he can really put that down towards Monster. He will flash in, and that allows X7 to take the peak. Taking down the full health player will be traded back on by Lekro, but with Sunny still on the bomb site, this kill should be quite easy for him. And actually just lets Alu have it. Doesn't peek up. Alu going to be holding the cross from heaven and easily connecting that one. 6-3. Ents now sitting with double the scoreline of NIP, and they've done that by taking 6 rounds in a row. They are definitely surprising me. I mean, statistically on Overpass, they played it, what, 4 times I think in the past few months. Hadn't got a victory on it, and when they played Nip on it last, they lost 16-4. So this is a whole different level of performance from them right now. And it's kind of shocking. I mean, Alu dropped a 40 bomb back on Train, and it wasn't enough for them to get the win. He's playing really well here as well, but you're also seeing Aerial stepping up, X7 also having a solid performance. If they can keep this going, then they can definitely manage to recover this soon.
You gotta remember the teams they played against though. Like those other games on Overpass were versus Astralis, MIBR, OG, and they weren't nearly as one-sided as the loss versus Nip. You can put that down to a once-off potentially, as certainly if Ents do answer back here. Forward only finds the one as Lekro trades back a little more. Sunny's out to save the day, or maybe not. Resident 1v2, I mean, they know where he is, so he shouldn't get much done really. So yeah, just executes him. They have lost 3 players, and overall that's a fairly positive result for NIP. They shouldn't have gotten that much access.
Getting caught by that short foot. You've seen it earlier, obviously, when they were trying to boost, they got caught by it. This time it was only the one player standing around there, but he was spamming, so once he popped up, once they actually popped out short, he wasn't really in a position to do anything. I think he was low on bullets already. The teammate who he had back towards the CT spawn had just, I think, about came off the angle, so he was left out exposed on his own. So as you said, good damage at least being connected by him, being able to get 3 kills there. Now they're back on the gun round. They don't really have any weaknesses in this one, so no excuses. They do just need to start getting some rounds on the board. And Sergey, he's going to find 3 players up close. This is going to be a big shock. He manages to actually get one, as well as tagging down Plopsky. So that's probably the best position he could have came out with there. Apart from if he had have actually finished off that second player. Sunny though may not be expected.
Alu's here as well. Tech9 in hand, fades through the smoke right up behind Plopsky, hand on his back, and takes him down. Sunny though gets eliminated in the connector, but it is still a 1 versus 3. NIP again playing from behind, and Ents leaving us completely clueless as to how they come through. It's such a good CT side, considering how things played out, how this map looked in general. Whoa, hello. Twist got a little bit scared for a second there. I'm guessing what happened there was he like hit his keyboard or something. As he flicked or went off his mouse mat. Because he was just spraying a wall and then flicked. Must have been a mouse load.
Oh, they're both coming in from behind though. Actually only tapped the bomb. That is massive. Once he doesn't see anyone stepping out from bank or anything, he might just decide to plant it for bank. Could run it down to B if he wanted. He's going to go back into short. Spots out both players and actually gets the first kill. And indeed now, oh, it looked like he was going to run it to B. Never mind. Just plants it at Druk, but he thinks that's what's happening. X7, for a moment, did think it was being wrapped around towards B. Obviously, with how quickly it's planted, he knows that's not the case, so he will begin to move back in. And Twist is on 7 health, so he only needs 1 bullet to end this.
But he has no idea where Twist is. This is the problem. Oh, but he's looking at the right angle. Jumps up and Twist on the flick. There we go. NIP on the board at long last. But man, that was close and a huge performance by Twist. 4 kills coming out of that round.
Yeah, I thought the round was over, but surprise, plot twist. Yeah, I mean, it's still a bit shocking though how it's been a little bit of a poor T-side overall. They had that great start, and as we said, kind of winning that eco seemed to just ignite something underneath Ents and really get them going. But that's the opening that Nip need. If they could get a second round off the back of it, Ents' economy will be destroyed at that point, and we're likely going to see Nip coming up to 6 rounds already on the T-side, which is a pretty solid half. It'd be a good foundation if they could add 1 more to it, especially then they'd be feeling really good. Well, let's see, because it's still a relatively strong buy for Ents, apart from just a couple of weaknesses in terms of the weaponry. But look at the boost. The man who was the hero in the previous round is the one to go ahead and open up here as well. They catch that connector aggression. They're fine with the 1-for-1 trade.
Pushing Aerial and X7 all the way through B. Spotted out that no one's here. Aerial on the long flank, but Sunny's going to have to delay for so long for this to really... Although, actually, they're slowed down because they had no toilets control. Nothing on long either. Sonny tucks in on the site. You see, if he falls, they'll instantly push forward. They'll just rush him. But Ariel makes the decision to go down through connector. This is going to cost him a little bit of extra time. And he's just actually now just going to tuck in and hold B, excuse me, as they rotate. I didn't notice this come up by X7. So a two-man hold on the A-bomb site. They know that the T's can't go B, at least, well, definitely not within the time left. So it has to be an A hit. Ariel going to flank up behind a little bit later on. They need kills. Sonny finds one. They have no idea about X7, who grabs another. And now it's just a waiting game. Just needs to buy the time for Ariel to come behind on that M4. Close! What an angle in that smoke, but X7 can't get it done. And Ariel, both players low. He knows where one is. He knows where the second is because the bomb plant tries to spray control over but can't get it done. Nade comes through. And Knock wins out the round just about. Nice attempt at pulling it back, considering there are only 3 left, right?
That was a perfect little 1-2 combination he hit him with there towards the end. Even if he fell to the actual aim duel, I think that Nade likely would have finished it off anyway for him. So he's done his best to ensure that he'd be able to win out the 1v1, a 5th for NIP, and as I said, we're playing a 6 now off the back of it because we have pretty much no investment. Just a couple just a couple nades rather being upgraded behind these USBs. 1 HE, 1 flash. And they're going to bring it towards mid, so a nade in, try and do that initial damage, make it easier for the pistols alongside the flash in. See if they can catch a couple blind players off guard. But it's not happening right now. It's a little bit more passive on the B side. Holding to wait and see if any aggression comes in, knowing that they are against a weaker investment that at most probably has a few pistols being upgraded. Nade should do some damage on res though. Yeah, dropping them down to 52. The shot being connected by Sonny as well. Yeah, already a couple players fallen with the weapons being retrieved as well.
The last 10.
Overall, fairly positive engagement, friends. Considering they only walk in with the USPs, they've still got the AK on Alu, who swings out to trade in a 1v1. How have we gotten here? Alu looks for the final and gets it on Knock. 3 kills for him in that round. And just not a round ends had any right to win. And yet they walk away with an NIP.
We're going to study
not
this
going to be
with some
happy
detail.
considering
As you can see, the
at.
red outline shows where you have to move your crosshair as you deplete your gun's bullets. The first 8 bullets are the easiest, with a slight rightward trend and an extreme pull. Down. Now keep in mind that the majority of your downward pull will come from the first 8 bullets. This is a detail that is hugely neglected by many beginner players as they don't pull far enough down when spraying. The pattern then takes a huge left turn for its next 6 bullets. At this point the magazine has been depleted to half and the kill block Alu
What,
potentially cost them, yeah.
they've got to rotate
Especially
down.
with that boot. He's got himself that kill, but they're not going to commit to it. Nip had it gone pretty fast, then there would have been a bit of a tough time maybe for CTs with the having smoke at the anything. That it could potentially still be a fake at this point. We know that's not the case, especially now as Ariel goes down. We'll also find that information himself. Sergey, though, he wants to go before they can set themselves up. That is now actually retake. The thing that they could have played together, trying to do what they had. Actually forcing one player out of position, but once they find that Alan's coming in on his own. Crosshairs spawn. There it is. NIP managed to recover this despite having a slow start. Will they be able to really pick up the pace here on their own map like we expected initially? Who knows? We will have to wait until after the halftime break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are ready to roll with another overpass. Number 2 is Ninjas in Pajamas on the CT side. They found 6 rounds on their T, which was, I mean, by all accounts, decent. That included losing to 2 USP buys by Ents, which is worrying considering then I suppose the scoreline should be that little bit more one-sided. Ents have got good access into
an option. No one's going to hunt it down, obviously. NIP themselves having somebody, but not in positions to get anywhere near him in time. So 4 players surviving for Nip. They tie it up at 9-9. I said how important that opening gun round was actually going to be for them, and they managed to take it. They do so convincingly, and now they leave Ents in a pretty awkward spot because sure they have the one rifle here to work with, but Sonny has no money in the bank. So going into the next round, unless they get the bomb plant down, his buy is going to be a little bit awkward. I mean, if he gets 1 kill, it gives him sufficient economy to get the AK and the Kevlar just. But overall, they do need to find some success in this round here to keep the pressure on. Otherwise, they're going to be getting back into the lead, and that might be looking like they might indeed be able to close this out 2-0, despite Ents having a really strong CT side overall.
The fact of the matter is, as I said, you saw NIP having making a lot of mistakes when it came to that first half. Realistically, hence picking up the 9 rounds is good, but they need to do more. They need to pop through some decent scorelines, and if they can't win these buy rounds, obviously this one has quite a big exception to it, with barely anything invested for the most part. But if they fail to connect them, then you do start to get quite worried. NIP are known to be good on this map. It's not like Ents have got that fallback anymore of moving through the final of Inferno and putting up the good fight that they did the previous time these teams played. NIP, I think, are now at the forefront, definitely with a huge advantage. They have no pressure on them. They don't need to win this map. They know that they're more comfortable on this one than Ents are, certainly with the CT side to play with, and now back in the lead as well. So any advantage Ents had is sort of fading away.
Yeah, considering how the map normally goes for them, I'm not really one to believe that they can make the comebacks happen. I mean, it was looking really good after they had the first half being so strong. I was thinking if they could get off to a good start on the T side, then oh yeah, we could definitely have them picking it up. But right now, it's just not looking good for them. There is a couple players actually going aggressive though for NIP. The Molotov going down going to stop them from being able to peek. I think the goal there was to get aggressive, maybe around short at the same time, try and battle for that B water control, but not really able to do so. It will go over towards Ents, so they've got themselves at least a decent position early on controlling this part of the map, with most of their players now focusing to try and get control around the bathrooms and such. So restricting NIP from really being able to get any aggression early in this round at all. You can see the only real player sticking around it to see if they can find the early challenge is Twist, and even then, pretty passive, gets flashed off the angle. So good work by Ents. They've got themselves the control now. They have quite a few options and a lot of time on the clock as well. And it looks like they're just giving up the B side of the map. Maybe a clear goal in mind.
Well, yeah, I think it's fairly safe to say Ents are going to move into the A side with all the control they've given up. The fact that the 4 players are so heavily concentrated into World Shore. You've got Alu further back, ready to flash over. And this is where they're trying to get rolling. NIP the 3-man roll. The positions they're currently in over on. A little bit of a question. Lifeguard is actually
Holy shit, son.
Sandbags and thought, hell, I'll just go in and knife him, but instead ends up losing the round because of it. That is such a big mistake. An 11 to 11 ends. They're lucky to get that round, but now they get a reward. As NIP don't have a lot of cash, and immediately see Legro invest in the decoy cover. The rest of the team have the option to play into the rifle.
If they get this, they're in the left most likely. They've actually brought them to having such a good sector on the D side. Wasn't exactly believing in it. Possible now. Double up setup coming through at least. Glass cannon, unfortunately. A couple of flashes behind them. And then for Popsky, 2 eagles down, trying to let go of the wheel, relegated down to the not the worst investment we've seen, but I would have wanted a bit more. As I said, with the round being crucial. It is certainly going to be a tough one. I really want to maybe try and find some early openings on these AWPs. They can have some sort of really decent security that is needed. And although the opportunity does come to twist over towards Vlog, unfortunately he's not able to connect it with that. He will be forced to fall back and play a little bit more passive now around the offside with rest. So good opportunity here. He'll be able to get themselves that long control. Probably start moving in towards factory. But for the moment, they're still mostly favoured outside monsters.
Lining up against this double op setup is intimidating, but could they get the angle to take one of them down, especially Twist? The reward would be huge. There's Ariel onto one. No way he suspects Twist to be on short as well and gets taken down because of it. But as that happens, down we go on B, pushing on forward as the pistol holds down. Gets close to the M4. He's being spotted as well. This bomb plant should be attained. What a good trade back by Knock at least to catch X7 and keep things within the realm of possibility.
At this point, having a double up setup and no money in the reserve, I think the save has to be called for. And unfortunately, with that flank from Alu up on the A bomb site, you see already one of them being cut off. Twist at this point trapped in, sandwiched in pretty much between these terrorists. So I don't believe he's going to be allowed to escape unless he gets this kill on Alu and just starts sprinting. But now he's sticking around and bang. I don't know, maybe he won't quite come down. He doesn't have a Kevlar though, but no, Sergey has found him. Didn't actually notice how close he was right there. Mine was watching Alu. Down to 11 ends, they get the lead, as I said, off the back of that. Probably going to bring it up to 13, considering it is going to be a full eco from NIP. But we've seen a couple full eco wins from Ents. Who's to say that NIP can't get through with the same? Not saying it will. Should be Ents' round, but we've been caught off guard a few times already just on this map by what the pistols can do.
Well, at least one of those two that NIP lost were because of questionable decisions, running through a Molotov, just playing very fast into a rush on B against a weaker buy, and not known for the same thing. Luckily, they play a super slow default. In fact, one of the slowest rounds we'll see from them on the T side. Holding into the pushes that they know are going to come through, and as they find the opening there on the Plopsky, it doesn't process it. They're still waiting. No one could ever should be making it. As Ariel just throws the keys around for someone to take down some victims of the MAC-10.
He's scouting out with the MAC-10 to see if this A-bomb site is clear. He'll find that it's not complete with one player, but the kill should be easy enough. He got dinked down before dealing out any damage. That was a little bit dangerous. And there is still a player up close on short, so he has to actually deal with Twist. Has spotted him, of course. Believe now knows there's a player on the stairs. He swings out to get himself that kill. At this point, though, really, he was just a massive distraction because they were getting ready to hit through Monster by the time they actually push out the rotation from NIP. So they have no one there anymore. They're really just trying to see if they can get this kill on Alu, potentially steal away a rifle. But considering it's just Twist now with 10 health, I don't really think that's going to be happening. Alu doesn't use the weapon too much either. Sergey should find it in just a moment. Let's go. 11. Only one guy
Yo, let's go and
on towards the a decent amount of money built up to allow for at least one extra buy, so we can pick this up again and a couple rounds in a row and start taking control.
They're very much ring it. 15-11 which guaranteed catch. A very important round for NIP. They've got the op-out on Twist, limited utility. And sort of looking better than I ever imagined. Played by NIP. Two players close and the angle ready to swing. Twist has got a lot of work to do. As he pulls on through, not seeing them just yet. He's just an inch away from them the whole way around. And so they get punched. Free opening duel going their way, and the only problem for them now is potentially Twist catching them out in that late bomb down towards B, though, looks to push into that site. So after prodding out on short, probably throwing out a bit of fake utility, you imagine they'll go back down connector and hit the B side. They've been doing this fairly consistently, playing heavier fakes on that A side, so I do wonder if they get a read on it. Already you see the rotate down, but as Twist picks up a kill, I think, oh, I would have imagined one of the B players would rotate. Oh, okay, it's a little bit slow, but Lekro does eventually. That opens up the door for Ents to walk through on B. Oh, Lekro's back, never mind.
Not exactly, yeah, the door unfortunately was covered in flames, so trying to actually get out once there was a bit of an issue. Lots of damage being taken, and eventually the trade's being pulled now back in favor of Ents. You have Twist still in position though, so he will be able to drop the bomb now in a pretty awkward spot for Alu to try and retrieve.
Okay, 1v1 Alu, kenapa ini buat Alu semua?
A position himself where he can hold that anymore. Gonna wrap around towards heaven. Alu, he could just go get that bomb right now if he wanted to, but he's taking his time, being cautious.
Susah banget ya.
He does need to get a move on right now though. Twist just peeking out, spots it.
Bang.
I was a bit afraid for him. It looked like Alu may have had to try and line up the headshot himself, but in the end it does go in the way of Twist. Round for NIP, but as I said, they need to chain a couple together if they want to actually make that economy event. So it is going to be another full buy-in, and only surprised them at one themselves. I mean, NIP's buy is relatively atrocious in the actual weapons that they have. I like that they sacrifice down though, so that they get the extra nades and such. They also realize that this buy is nowhere near ideal, so they do call in for the tactical pause. Not too surprisingly, this is such a crucial round for them.
In that previous round, you could tell NIP had a read on what was going down. Twist so comfortable after spotting a player pushed all the way up on short to call to his teammates that he doesn't need a rotate. I imagine as soon as he saw that player took the kill, Lekro would just even throw the molly and just run up to the A side, because at that point most players will suspect a faster rush. But instead, he stays there. They keep a 3-man B stack. Twist by himself because you know they've been fighting A. They've been late to B. And with just one player, no smokes down, no flashes, this doesn't look like an execute. And for a terrorist to be all the way pushed up there without any smokes down, doesn't look like they were totally really good read by Twist. And 3K, obviously, Sean Short stopped the fake from working. Boost as well, nasty. Rez with a free opening.
Shit.
But that was Twist's round the previous. He stops the A fake from working. He then shuts down B, and then obviously won the round in the 1.
Oh, and a second pick in the exact same spot. This time from Knock though. He pushed the short instead. Yeah, I mean it's not an uncommon booster that we've seen from Red, but it's normally a thing that you'll limit to once a game, if even. So normally you're not going to be expecting it. So this was a great time for them to switch it up. They realized how important this round is. Let's throw in a little something different that should give us a really high chance of getting that opening kill and just being able to capitalize on it. And now with a 5-on-3 especially, they're in a really good spot. They needed this with those weaker weapons in play. And still have time, and they do have a few nades, 2 Molotovs of smoke and 2 flashes. Not ideal. They will look to bring it on towards the A-bomb site where one player himself is towards the steps, and then you also have Rez over on long. So I mean, if they can get this kill quickly, for sure, over towards the stairs, they will not have the ability then for the CT to get a quick trade. But I am a bit worried that they may not be cautious of it. Here we go, going forward, the upshot being missed. Twist doesn't want to stick around, willing to give up the bomb site. They are trying to hunt down Red.
Away. Sergey's about to be peeked out from the bank. He's just seen Nog actually swing through afterwards. Great play by Sergey. And what is now looking like it's going to be a T round, but maybe not. NIP trying to get back out here. Allo with the up, taken down up close, and Lekro hasn't got a kit. Is there one on site for him? It doesn't look like it. Time ticking away. Has he got enough? It looks.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah. He's got it done. Pulling it through and putting 13 to 13 on the board. What a tight round, but NIP too well to just about take that in the end. That in the past. Yesterday, I was one of the victims. Right, you have like every 10-minute internet outage. It was really fun. It looks like Dean is suffering from that at the moment. He'll be back with us eventually. Until then, F's in chat for Dean. We miss him. Never forgetting. But 13 to 13, absolutely insane round for NIP, pulling that one through, putting themselves now in a position to fight all the way home. We mentioned that they didn't have money. Had NIP have lost that round, this would probably, well, it would almost definitely be 15 to 11. At that point, ENCE, they're struggling, they're suffering. Oh, NIP, struggling, suffering. Not anymore. Now the T side goes into the deficit. X7 comes in with a deagle, knocking the opening duel. Oh, they've got to be careful. The T's barreled forward immediately, but there's no stopping at anything. Two frags coming through for the CT side. The T's now struggle to get the beat. They don't want to push it. Not when you haven't got a proper execute lined up. There's one player still towards it. No notion of how many CTs are on the team. No information whatsoever. It has to be played slowly. Before then, that means waiting for NIP to make a mistake. As of yet, that just isn't possible. Look at the positions from the Ninjas. They are passive on the A bomb site, and they're passive on happy to 2-2 stack. That is fine. With that kind of a setup, they're at most in a 2v3. And that is if ENCE don't make it all where they're going. You can see the bomb is sat outside of the bomb site. However, ENCE are going in for toilets, making sure no one's pushed up, and there's not a 3-man B stack. But with 40 seconds left on the clock, their decision-making abilities are fairly limited. Next 7 starts to move up towards A because they no longer have time. They'll later move on down. As the Ninjas hold passively on B, here comes the execute. As ENCE get that bomb up through short. Once it hits about the toilet doors, I expect them to move forward. Hold on, no, they're already going. Alu's in there. He's poking the beast, and that's going to cause a problem. Smoke through. Nade as well. That could do some deep. It's a little bit too deep, I think. As he swings in, he doesn't know Knock is close. Spotting him now, though. Rez goes down. So too does Knock. And all of a sudden, ENCE are far ahead. 5 seconds left. They can't stop the bomb from being planted. Nade through does damage, but the crossfire setup from ENCE is too strong. The smoke in play actually blocks off that crossfire a little bit. The spray from Lekro, who survives being counter-spammed. Oh no!
Oh my god, ENCE.
It goes inside his helmet. Goodbye, Lekro. And Plopsky in a 1v3, not feeling it. The kid as well, he could go for it. The money is so low though. They want to save this through to the next round. And yeah, it looks like it is just going to be commitment to the save, leaving ENCE to pick up a 14th round. A disappointing late play by Ninjas. Oh, Plopsky. You can see his leg. That swing out just cost him his life. Means they gave up on actually going in for the retake for nothing.
Yes.
That's a
yes.
kick in the delicate.
Yes. Come on.
Ninjas
Oh
now
my
13
god.
to 14 down. ENCE pulling ahead. They've got plenty of cash to get their investment. 2 Mac 10s making an appearance as they know that they're up against an eco. This is NIP conceding the 15th round unless some sort of witchcraft comes through.
Mati ya.
1-for-1 trades to start it out are certainly the way you'd want it. The beginning things, if you're on the CT side. Normally, that's not the case. You'll hear us say plenty. 1-for-1 trade. That's bad for the CT teams because in a normal circumstance it means the T's have the same and defender is active. Stays the same size, right? You've got fewer defenders. In this case, though, you're not expected to win 1-for-1 duels. So, trading back, considering you're only realistically hoping to get 2 kills or more, anything from the 2 kills forward is a big bonus. I think you're fairly happy. Now, Ents want to go to B, and this is where there's a big problem in play because you've got the heavy stack, the 3-man boost coming through. Who's on top of it? It's Plopsky. He's going to get a chance into aerial. Sadly, it's a MAC-10, not one of the AKs, but this could be a man advantage. I doubt he checks it. No, look at that. Not a down. Oh, no, he turns around. Just in time, though, Plopsky deals with him. But afterwards, once you face the AKs, this is what happens. 2 kills found. Not too bad. But Ents hit 15, and they're looking to bring this all the way through.
Oh my god, Ents. Ayaw menang Ents. Easy.
And here we go in what could be the finale. Ents 15 rounds on the board. They're looking to bring us to Inferno. The possibility is certainly there, but it's going to take a little bit of convincing. NIP don't want to let it go. They've gone in for a full buy. They've got an AWP pulled out as well, but the utility is really limited.
Terakhir map 2.
Ents have lost help on Alu early on. Again, suffering because of those early mid-nades that come through. We've seen come through a couple of times.
With AWP.
And only barely survived. Twist in danger as they're about to swing on now, but that flash won't hit him.
Oh shit! Bohongan.
Oh, he gets caught in the bin as well. Not able to get out of the toilets quickly. Luckily, they can't hunt him down in time. Rez has not been having a good time holding down toilets. Been quite a lot of rounds since we've seen him actually get a kill indeed. As they grouped up outside, I was getting worried for him, but it looks like he'll be let off with a warning. Hello and welcome back, Dean. You have returned.
Hello. Yes, my internet is just screwed right now. I don't know what's happening. My CS won't even connect to the CS network.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Well, you try to fix that. We're on 15 to 13. As Ents are looking to take it across the line. They've just taken down Rez and put this into a fairly convincing spot. Ninjas have no idea where they're going, but as Plopsky takes down Alu, X7 about to peek right into Lekro, and it's all down to Sergey to make this happen. Their money isn't fantastic if they lose this, and we could well see Ninjas pull it to an overtime. And with 7 seconds left, I don't think he's got time for this. It looks like saving is his only option, but he's actually pushed forward fairly aggressively. They might get him after time. He swings out. Oh, no,
my god!
What?
Oh my
He
god!
swapped to a weapon as he was peeked. He was picking up an AK from the floor and still comes out ahead. That's devastating. Sergey's got no money. Sonny's on a deagle. So we're really relying on that AWP of Alu to come through. X7 and Ariel will get their own rifles, but Alu was the driving force to keep them alive when it came to train. 40 kills dropped. It was a double OT game. But even still, he was incredibly consistent.
I am now loading it.
Oh, good, good. They actually called a timeout for you, Dean. So you've got about 10 seconds.
I am back in. It's not in a timeout at the moment.
Why did you time?
Oh, never mind. I forgot you linked the wrong IP here.
Oh, you just went to Dignitize.
Yeah, you linked the wrong one earlier. So the one that's in our chat is the wrong one.
Well, Dean, what
I blame you. You're the producer.
What can you do?
Alright, I have to go look for this now. Back.
Alright, we're about to start. 15 to 14 as Dean gets back on the server in just a little bit. He should catch the end of this round at least. So we start this one out, and whoops, that's not the flash I was looking for. Obi-Wan Kenobi did. look to move down towards B. They faked out a little bit of presence on mid earlier on, avoiding the early nades as well. Aerial moves forward, and Aerial falls down very quickly. Now they start to rotate back to site. Molly's down on B, is looking ready for this to be a late fake push, and Ents left with a man disadvantage. This could be overtime. NIP are looking good to take it all the way. See Legro on the side to help out. He's good for one knock alongside him, and all of a sudden it's all on Alu. We said it had to be the op to pull through, and he's gonna have to get an ace clutch.
Yeah, I mean, I've just hopped back in, so I don't know how he's been doing the last couple of rounds, but I think a 1-on-5 is always a bit too much to expect of a player, especially as getting that first kill costs him pretty much all of his health, and then a follow-up nade is what ends him 15-15. We are indeed getting an overtime here. Oh, damn, I mean, this has been a lot more competitive than I expected it to be, and can definitely still do this. I kind of want to see a third map just for the sake of having more of this, but honestly, not gonna be biased like that. I do love both of these teams. I just love watching great CS in general, and I hope it continues now into this overtime because we don't have a break at all. We're just right into it, Mitch.
We are indeed. There's no messing around, no waiting. We just get right into the action. Alu again getting lit up by nades. This time it's a Molotov to take him down 40. A Molotov that, hot tip, Electronic doesn't know how to throw. Saw this in a whole game versus Fnatic on Overpass. Every round it was beautiful. Obviously didn't know the lineup wasn't working. Sunny and Aerial also suffering to NIP early nades. And those advantages, you cannot overlook them. With 4 M4s in play, they double their chance essentially of taking down one of these Ts if they enter an aim duel. And in fact, even more so because they only need to hit the headshot then. It's no longer a case of having to tag them up after.
When you're on the CT side, even 10 damage with an aid with a player or two to get around is usually a big thing, especially if you're using the M4s and you haven't actually retrieved a bunch of AKs and such. It can have a lot of impact. And as you said, with 3 players right now being considerably damaged here to the side of Ents, this is a very strong opening into the round. Right now, though, we may see a clash up close in the bathrooms. I think that's Rez who's up close on the wall. He also has the assistance of Twist with the AWP. And then that Molotov actually limiting the approach there for Ents for the moment. They can't wrap in through the steps for a second. But this is just going to kick off out of nowhere, and once it does, it's probably not going to slow down. Rez able to get one, and unfortunately, that's all he's limited to. But with 30 seconds left, it's not like Ents really have many opportunities. They have to commit towards A, unless they were to run back to B this second.
Now looks like we're committing in towards that A bomb side. NIP took down. Good shot by Alu to start it off. But Twist has returned one on X7, another as well. He looks for Alu coming out long, and he catches him as well. What a round by Twist on the AWP. And what a way to start it out here for NIP. 16-15. As you see there, it's 1st and 19 in this overtime. So 2 more rounds to play on their CT side. And remember, this is trash overtime, or 10k overtime as it's usually referred to as. With 10k in the bank, if Ents lose this round, they won't be able to buy up properly, and so it will be a force buy of pistols and SMGs to come into the last round of OT.
Well, 3 of them would still be able to get a pretty strong buy, but
that's true actually.
In the case of Sunny and Alu, would be a lot weaker. If they got a bomb plant, maybe they could scrape them out as well. But in general, yeah, it wouldn't be a perfect investment. So this is really where Ents do want to pick up a round on the T side and give them an opportunity to try and get a second off the back of it, of course. But you do kind of need that 1 round as a base. Otherwise, the best you can do is fight for another overtime. But right now, looking to try and get some control around the A side of the map mostly. They've left 1 player to hold for monster aggression, but mostly focused on mid. Again, taking a small bit of nade damage early on, which could make things a little bit easier for these M4s. We see the flash going in to allow Rez to peek forward. He does spot 2 players towards long, but can't really afford to stick around after taking quite a bit of damage. He dealt out a small bit himself, but not quite the same amount.
X7 straight through the smoke. Bobsky clearly not expecting that, got caught completely off guard. With that, Ents have got a lot of options overtime. They've already poked a beast and caused some damage. And NIP now left in a fluster, not sure where the players are, but Rez, he's got the angle, but he's spotted as well. Big brain Ents, they know what's going down. Twist him with another double on the off though. As he falls back, he knows that Alu will be coming through long. This is a consistent factor of their A push, and he hears the player on site. All the input to work with, swings out, but not expecting Alu to already be so wide.
It could have been worthwhile waiting that little bit longer for Knock to position himself, because instead he's now left trying to come in with 2 players focused on that angle.
Nice.
And it's Sonny who goes ahead and keeps him down once he tries to push forward. 16th round found for Ents. They are indeed able to come back with one quickly themselves on that D side. And as I said, giving themselves a pretty good opportunity to try and get the second here, which if they do manage to get two on their D side, I'll be feeling good about their chances to actually win in the overtime. Of course, though, with this being Nip's choice, a map that they're familiar with, this is where you'd want them to really start shining through with the experience that they have on the map, and probably the more overall time put into it in terms of practice. But who knows? Here we go, another gun round, of course, coming through as you would expect in the overtime. It's Ents looking for some quick control yet again. This time, going to be charging just two players out at the playground, two of them in towards B water, so not really leaving any spots open for the CTs to get aggressive towards, at least without it being noticed.
Nox been quite consistently with the A1 as well. I'm not sure about this. I mean, if he gets just straight rushed by these Ts, I don't see him picking up a whole bunch. He's got a little bit of support to come through for Plopsky. So far, it seems to me to be a bit of a one and done. Pushes forward to get a bit of a pixel angle on if they start to move forward, but Ariel already took close. Could be a big problem for him here. He really spots him, but yeah, I wasn't expecting him to already be that close. And with that, a 5v4. And again, no information really. Ents are so spread out that they're not committed directly towards a bomb site. And meanwhile, NIP just have to kind of gamble on where it's going to be. And at the moment, I just want to check the rotate here by Rez. Yeah, it looks like they are going to commit down a 3-man B stack as Ents look to take A.
There's still some presence being shown around connectors, so in theory it could have been going in that direction for sure, but Ents seem to have made the conclusion that the A-bomb site is the better option for them at this point. I would agree, the second player beginning the rotate back up, but Twist has to get at least a couple of kills in order to actually give them time to do so. Gets himself the triple. A hat-trick already being found, being pushed down, hits the no-scope, looking for the ace. Can he end it with it? Actually going to swap to the USP now, just running down the time. Even though he's not finding the last kill yet, he has confirmed the round win. A massive play. And Plopsky's there to go ahead and close that one out. Nip, they managed to come out on top of that half, give themselves a 1-round lead, and it is on the back of Twist right there, who is an absolute god.
That was ridiculous. I don't believe what I've just seen. Twist, he's been turning up all game long. 38 kills on the board now, coming into the second half of overtime. But oh man.
Last game.
Oh yeah, you think you were better off, do you? That was incredible though. His A-holds have been on point, and I expected him to probably get 2 kills and make it a little more doable for them, but just again and again finding angle after angle, peeking into Alu. I know we said that Alu's always coming through long. You know that when they're pushing the A side, Alu is on long if they have an off. But to still dry peek him, crouching around and take it out. Phenomenal. 17-16. NIP need 2 rounds here on their T side. Something which looks quite good if you think about the fact that they lost a lot of their rounds on their previous T side to USPs. So it was the buy rounds where they actually looked better.
True. I mean, that's normally with pistols you feel less pressure, you take a lot more gambles because you don't have much to lose. With the rifles normally these more standard setups. Sergey right now actually alone in the back room. It's been awkward, but just gets flashed in. It's unfortunately not effective, so easy kill being found. A nice little advantage, and he's being called in for the help there of Alu. Know that obviously without the mid control and without having anyone to help on long, he would have been pinned in the back room. So working together in order to get him out of that position. And they should realize no one's around long anymore. The player also pushed up on short, as well as this aggression out of Monster. They know exactly what is happening here. NIP are being completely destroyed. It's fallen all to Rez and Nog, who has actually snuck his way into the bomb site. There's a chance to get this backstab. If they deal with Ariel quickly, they could have the opportunity to reach the bomb site, but unfortunately Alu's already in position, and he's not going to be missing that shot.
No, he's not, unless Rez can have the performance of his lifetime here in 1v3. This round should be gone by the wayside. He's already picked one up. Sergey hasn't been spotted as he fakes out the bomb.
Nice.
He's not expecting it down below. A little short there. Pulling it into 17-17. Ents on the rifle round. Again, we mentioned this in the previous half. If they find themselves the round win here, that does cause a lot of problems for the Ninjas in Pajamas economy moving forward. Certainly. And that's almost I guess it's a talking point of the terror side when it comes towards 10 KOT. You can actually consistently get AKs, but it's in buying ops that you'll find weaknesses later on. So I wonder if maybe that's something, because we haven't seen NIP or ENCE go for the AWP on the T side in OT until the second round. I wonder if that's maybe a reason, just to give them a bit of security when it comes to the buys.
Yeah, from what you're saying, that makes complete sense to me, so I'm going to go ahead and agree with you. That is pretty likely. Indeed, it does confirm they'll have a buy in the next round, but ideally they don't want to be getting to that point where they have to just scrape it together like their overtime. Unfortunately, with the damage that was the block ski there by the op in the beginning of this round, it's not looking too great for them. Nice little advantage to begin this one for ENCE. Look at the boost, probably with the spot towards the short here. Not playing up on the be spotted. As he goes out a little wider, that's exactly what he does. Expected that short aggression to come in, wanted to try and cover it off, and ends up going down. Hence, they have themselves a man off the initial damage, and Sergey even managed to drop the bomb carrier there.
They're in quite a bit of trouble.
Come on.
They need to find at least one more to secure themselves another OT, otherwise it will be map number 3. And stand a much better chance when it comes to Inferno of closing out this series. Might be slowing it down in towards toilets. They've got Popsy on 15 health, which isn't ideal. Ollie out is good for Alu, but hold on, so are the shots he's hitting. He takes 60 damage. With 18 seconds left, and Rez all by himself.
Yes.
He didn't win the 1v3, and the 1v5 was a little bit less likely. 18 for ENCE match point, and they could take us all the way to map 3. It'd be a hell of a series, a juggernaut of athleticism for these players. 3 hours and 35 minutes they've been going for so far. And then they've got a little bit 3 hours actually, we have 30 minutes live period beforehand. So 3 hours and 5 minutes actually. And then if we go to a third map, that's even more. I mean, these guys have got to be drained by this point.
Yeah, map 3, if it does go there, it's gonna put us probably past 6 o'clock our time easily. And we're meant to have the Heritage Complexity game at 5:30, I believe, so I'm not sure what will happen there for us. But it's still possible, obviously. There's an opportunity here for NIP to maybe even extend this map further, bring it into another overtime, themselves in with the chance of winning. Like we did see back on Train, of course. This was not the first overtime of this series. And again, the damage favouring ENCE quite heavily early on. Anu even manages to catch the wall bang down onto Lecro as he goes down. And now NIP in the 4-on-5, all of them over towards the A side of the map. We're probably just going to see this commitment coming in, and for the moment there is a relatively decent setup. It's only the 2 players, but they do have the op on the bomb site itself. They have the 1 player pushed up on long where he should be finding contact just against the Twist. So he gets this kill, and then the push is destroyed. Himself, it wasn't the exact opposite. Yeah, that's his flash. What the hell?
Alu through with one on knock, and he's looking to close it out today. It's stolen away. But either way, that is the end of this series. Or of this map, excuse me, not the end of the series, as ENCE 19-17 bring us to map number 13. It's going to be a hell of a long one for these guys and for us. But we're heading to Inferno in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. And if you're enjoying the casting, exclamation mark casters in chat. Grab a link to our Twitters, we appreciate it. And of course, drop a follow on the channel if you want to catch more Counter-Strike action. Back in about 15 minutes with map number 3.
Fuck.
See you soon.
ENCE.